mine safety. His academic pursuits extends to law with a degree from Nagpur University in 1997. Commencing his career as an executive trainee at the Western Coalfield Limited in 1984, a subsidiary of the Coal India Limited, Shri Prasad showcased commitment and progress through various roles. Notably, he became the general manager of the Lingraj area in Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. His tenure of the WCL in 1994-1995 saw a successful reopening of DRC mines affected by the underground fire, earning him in the Best Mine Manager Award from the Secretary of the Coal Ministry of India and Chairman of the Coal India Limited in 1995. As General Manager at the MCL, Shri Prasad played a key role in the successful opening and operation of the Kanaya Open Cast project from March 2010. His accomplishment also include the diversion of a nala at the Hingula Open Cast area to unlock a coal reserve of 26 MT in 2014-15 and the commencement of a new railway siding number 9 at the Talcher coalfields. His commitment to the safety was evident in the projects such as Padampur Open Cast and Nadira UG mine. Winning various prizes at the competitions, joining NTPC in May 2015 as an executive director coal mining, he expected MDO projects and secured Pakri Barwa Coal Block, NTPC's first project. He subsequently joined Northern Coalfield Limited as a Director Technical in the secured coal block for first project, leading the company to environmental accolades, taking over as CMD of the Bharat Coking Coal Limited in August 2009. So, Shri Prasad is known for his interpersonal skill, teamwork and technical expertise, is poised to lead Coal India Limited to new milestones and greater success. I welcome the sir. Welcome, sir.
Namaskar. Am I audible? Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then distinguished guests on the dais and all the dignitaries of the dais and all the delegates who are present at the venue of AKS University, who is the knowledge partner, and the Committee of Indian Mining and Indian Journal, all distinguished present, very warm good morning to all. Professor R.P. Tiwari sir, VC, Central University, Punjab, Dr. G.K. Pradhan sir, who I know from the last 2 decades, and we are continuously interacting during our time at Northern Coalfield, Professor Dr. G.K. Pradhan, and Professor Dr. Niveen T. Hanoi University of Mining, Professor Uday Kumar sir, Professor R.S. Tripathi, Professor Jaintu, and all the faculty of AKS University and all the distinguished members of Indian Mining in general and all the delegates present. First, I will be thankful in inviting me to address this occasion. The topic, in fact, safe and sustainable mining technologies. As you all know, if you see the energy mix of our country, almost 54% of commercial energy is through coal right now, and coal by all means it is going to stay a minimum of up to 2047 by all projections. It may peak from the present this year, say around 1 billion ton, close to 1 billion ton, 980 to 1 billion ton, 980 million to 1 billion ton, and next year it is for sure it is touching. Other than that, year 25-26, Coal India is also increasing its production, and we have put a target of 1 BT in 25-26. And similarly, other players are also catching in the sector, whether it is NTPC, WPDCL, DVC, many mines are being opened, even private sector, and dedicated blocks with power plants like Jindal, Adani. So many companies are coming up and increasing the production. So for all this, safe and sustainable mining is a must requisite. It is not like that once you increase the production, unless you keep the safety standards vis-a-vis world level, you cannot match. Just by increasing production does not support anything. Similarly, production with environmental sustainability. So whatever production, say you take a town like Korba, district like Korba, district like Angul, where culture coalfield is located, Jharsuguda, Singrauli. In each district, more than 100-150 million is coming. So unless you are keen to adopt all the environmental practices, you cannot increase the production. If you can keep focus on safe practices and environmental practices, like first mile connectivity, in Coal India around 160 million ton is being dispatched through MGRs by rapid loading system, and in a phased manner in next 3 to 4 years, we are ramping up to almost 850 to 900 million. Whatever production, we are eliminating this payload of loading, and we will be doing by this conveyor and rapid loading systems. They will be at least eliminating this dust pollution. Similarly, we will be reducing this tipper transportation, dumpers oblique tipper transportation. A study was conducted by NIRI in Lingaraj coalfield in Talcher, Lingaraj area in Talcher, and Devara Kusmunda mines, wherein by just shifting to silo loading and reducing this dumpers oblique tippers transportation, annual saving of in both the areas of the Lingaraj and Devara, about 10 to 15 crore rupees per year diesel it is being saved. Other than this, lot of dust suppression, dust emissions and SOx, NOx, all emissions are also reduced by 75% for that particular area or mine. So we have to go for this first mile connectivity projects, as even we are initially targeted 3 to 4 million ton mines. Now we are gradually taking any mine which is producing 1 million ton and above. So we are going to put this first mile connectivity projects wherever feasible. It is CHPs. Recently also from Power Ministry, we have been directed, even for a mine and the sidings, if they are located, power plants are located around 30-40 kilometers also, either MGR loading or through pipe belt conveyor system. At places, even Mahajanko in Nagpur area, in Chandrapur, they have gone for this pipe conveyors. Similarly, in Krishnasila in NCL already pipe conveyor is there. One silo loading is being implemented in Maheshpur silo in BCCL also by July 1st. Similarly, DVC also we are contacting, and if possible, from mines of CCL, they can put this belt conveyor systems. So not only safety, similarly dust emissions, SOx, NOx, wherever decarbonization of mining operations, right from drilling, blasting, similarly ripper mining, and increasing of surface miner production from the overall share. Companies like Mahanadi Coalfield, where more than 97% is through surface miner. So by thereby eliminating coal blasting, so we are improving the quality of the coal, grade is ensured, and sizing is also done, minus 100 mm. So if you similarly WCL 5 to 7 years back, it is more conventional coal with CHPs. Now Penganga, almost that project is exhausted. Penganga, Makadogra, surface miners have been introduced. Similarly in NCL 7-8 years back, there is no surface miner. Surface miners in NCL also introduced in 2017, and gradually now out of 135 million, 40 million share, 30 to 40 it is through surface miner. So we are in a phased manner, we are increasing surface miners, reducing blasting to coal. Similarly, we have to see in by engaging rippers how much quantity in blasting can be reduced in overburden. Right now, wherever the surrounding areas there are villages, hot mines are there, we are going blast free for overburden. But you can take into second, third, fourth bench, and if you increase the proportion of blast free, definitely some emissions are reduced. So these are some of the implementations being practiced in Coal India. Other than this, reclamation and plantation also, we are going to develop around 15 eco parks, 6 in CCL, subsidy-wise in SCCL also eco parks are being, CCL has given a contract to LAPCOS to commission these eco parks, thereby making it as a tourist center also. Mine tourism is also being developed. It may take 2 to 3 years to develop a park, 3 to 4 years, but for sure it will be developed across this Coal India. 15 eco parks are coming. Similarly, FRI Dehradun, they have developed one park at Lodhna in BCCL. In similar model, in Katras area also last 2 to 3 years, they have developed one park. Even with the recycling of waste material in the parks, different decorative items and other things are being taken. That is to showcase from waste also we can develop both aesthetic sense and this beautification of the parks, plants, and even our guest houses. It is being focused. Similarly, in solar, we are going for 5 gigawatt installations. Of course, right now, by this year end, it is only 100 megawatt. It is gradual. By next year end, we will be crossing 1 gigawatt in solar, 1 to 1.2, it is in pipeline. By May or June, we will be crossing 250 to 300 megawatt. Recently, we have one solar tender in Gujarat, around 300 megawatts. So in solar, we are going up to 5 gigawatts, thereby our net zero target is 3 gigawatt. In 3 to 4 years term, we will be completing. Similarly, rooftop solar, especially in all our office buildings, hospitals, workshops, it is being planned and it will be almost under implementation. And other than this, coal gasification. For environmental sustainability, we are having plenty of coal. There is no dearth in coal. And once, if in a phased manner by 2070, as it is being committed by Honorable PM, by 2070 in a phased manner, we have to reduce the coal-based the thermal power generation. So we are want to diversify to coal gasification. With BHEL, we have signed one, and both the boards of CAL and BHEL has passed. CAL 51% and BHEL it is 49%. It is coal to ammonium nitrate. Once if it is successfully done, the technology is being developed by BHEL at Lakhanpur, Manadi coalfields. If it is proved successful, then we can have similar plants. It is 1.4 million ton coal is to be fed, and ammonium nitrate will be produced. This finished product we can take to IOC. Indian Oil Corporation is supplying explosive to Coal India on a MOU basis. So if they are importing ammonium nitrate, if ammonium nitrate we can produce from this coal gasification. So this is one in Lakhanpur, one gasification plant with BHEL. Similarly, one plant with Gas Authority of India Limited is planned at Sonpur Bajari, Eastern Coalfields. And one plant we are going tender on our sole CAL basis, which we have done on a BU basis, where the contractor or the interested party has to come and invest. We could not get any response. So now we are going, CAL will invest, technology provider will bring that technology and he will go for that coal gasification. So that is one model. Other than this coal gasification, one culture fertilizer. It is with again GAIL fertilizer FCI. It is being under commission. About 50% of the plant is underway of installation. Maybe in 2.5 years period, 26 last, it will be commissioned, the culture fertilizers. So we are trying to diversify, we are trying to target other incomes from this diversification. Once coal gasification, if it can be done successfully, it will be a game changer. And for this topic of this environment sustainability, thereby we are reducing the impact of environment. Similarly, at present, Coal India is producing only 26 million ton of coal from underground. At least we are targeting by 2030 by way of increasing continuous miner production from continuous miners by implementing mass production technology, and also in high wall mining also. High wall ECL, predominantly only SCCL was doing high wall mining. Now ECL has started, and recently 15 days back in January, this BCCL has also started. BCCL Block 2, one high wall project has been commissioned. Now they are doing 2,000 tons per day. In both high wall and underground, if we can improve our production by mass production technology, continuous miner, definitely we can reduce this environmental impact. By another thing, one breakthrough in Patrakar area of WCL, we have not taken the land on a transfer basis, we have taken the land of underground mining on a leased basis. Once after the completion of our mining activities, we will transfer the land to the landowner. So in underground mining, if you can do 100 million ton, where the transfer of land is also not required, is the way Patrakara model, where we have taken land on lease. If this is adopted in other underground mines, that way we can save the land. Once if any damage is there, then we can give the compensation. If there is no damage, we can give the leasing rent, and after the mining operations are completed, we can transfer the land. Similarly, mine closure activities, both concurrent closure and final closure, we are focusing from the last 4 to 5 years. We are in continuous touch with coal control organization. So the focus is on mine closing activities. Similarly, star rating of the mines, wherein even for electrical appliances also, our energy conservation, we are going for these things, where how best we can save the energy or save the energy consumed. These are all the factors which can affect the sustainable practices for environment, caring for environment. So these are some of the unit mining operations. Similarly, if drilling, blasting is reduced. Similarly, we are going for this 5G technology in Amlori mine, about 1 kilometer length. This 5G, under 5G technology, CMPDL is doing one project, wherein 24/7 the mine real data is captured. And also at the 7 mines in Coal India as an islands of excellence, 3 in SCCL and 4 in NCL. We are doing this digitalization of coal mining operations, right from drilling, blasting to almost dispatch point. Similarly, one ICCC, this IT initiatives was implemented in WCL very successfully, in WCL corporate office. You can see any mine, any weighbridge. If you zoom it, the weighbridge person is also seen from the headquarters itself. And the mining operations, whether the truck is covered with tarpaulin, GPS, boom barriers. So both AI, ML, these things are being utilized there. Similarly, other innovations in technology can also bring this, it can also help this sustainable environment, so that in sidings, if you can zoom and see whether the mist spray is being done, fog cannons are in operation in the mines, these are also can be focused. So by the, and also the safety, we are almost last year we have lost around 28 precious lives in Coal India, though the previously it is 20. Last 3 to 4 years, it is almost 25 to 30 fatalities. However, we should see that no fatality should happen, but still some somewhere some lapses in safety, either workmen or some machine failure. Mostly it is seen, we have analyzed, it is almost both contractual workers, it is also there, even in departmental workers. We cannot say only contractor workers and less training, they are being unsafe. Even departmental workers also, either in a hurried manner, if some operations are being carried out. In a year, we are losing around 20 to 25 precious lives. Though the target is to bring zero harm potential. In each, we are making video clips for the safety, awareness and propaganda. Similarly, we are going for moderation of VTCs in a span of 2 to 3 years. The training methods, audio, visual, and this AI virtual reality training, so that from a place, the simulators for achievement trainings are also in place. Virtual training also will be given. So once this can be implemented across all the subsidies, all the areas, all the mines, I think safety standards in the coming years will be going to improve. I thank the organizers for choosing a very important topic, both safety and sustainable mining technology, and it will be useful, and the deliberations will also be, I think it will be useful once the seminar is conducted. I thank the organizers in inviting me and for addressing this.
Thank you, sir. We will take another 2 minutes from you. Our chairman of the organization will formally welcome you
Namaskar.
and present a memento. Mr. Anand Soni is an engineer.
हेलो, इस 3 दिवसीय सेफ एंड सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग टेक्नोलॉजी के कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रसाद साहब आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। और इस पूरे कॉन्फ्रेंस में देश के साथ साथ में पुर्तगाल, वियतनाम, स्वीडन और साउथ अफ्रीका से भी इसमें रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं। मैं आपको इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में अपनी वर्चुअल उपस्थिति देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने अपने व्यस्ततम समय में से कुछ समय हमें दिया। सर, समय है आपको एक रिकॉग्निशन, सर एक मोमेंटो देने का, लेकिन ये मोमेंटो मैं आपको वर्चुअली दे रहा हूँ। फिजिकली मैं आपके पास में आपके ऑफिस आकर के खुद पहुँचा दूंगा सर। ये इसको थोड़ा फोकस करें सर। सर, ये जगन्नाथ जी, सुभद्रा और बलदाऊ जी की फोटो है, जो कि कैसा धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you, sir. It was nice hearing you, and we think that you will come to SATNA and AKS University and visit it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to request Pradhan sir to say a few words, please.
Lights on, please. Thanks for listening to our chief guest. Actually, he was supposed to be with us in person, but because of his busy schedule, he could not spare his time, but we are thankful to him for his presence over the BC. We'll start our normal business. I now request all the dignitaries to join us for lighting of the lamp. Our Chancellor will be the chief guest of this function, Mr. BP Soni. Manish, sir ko le aiye. Let us, bachche, start arrangement for the Jayantu sir, Uday Kumar sir, Professor Harshvardhan, Tiwari sir, Anand ji. Francisco, You also, okay? उनको सबको बैठाओ। हो गया तो हो गया ना भाषण। नहीं अभी वो नहीं आए। Please take your respective seats on the dais. हेल्प करो मित्तल सर। अरे चांसलर साहब यहाँ बैठेंगे, बैठाइए। उदय कुमार जी बैठिए, नो प्रॉब्लम, एनीवेयर।
नाम नहीं दिया।
साउथ अफ्रीका मैम हैज कम?
नहीं आई, नहीं आई।
फ्रांसिस्को
सही जो मैडम वियतनाम से, इनका नाम क्या है? बैठा तो
मुझे लिखा है ना
ये यही है।
हाँ हाँ। Welcome back. In the program set, you will find there are two sets of programs merged together. So first we will start with the inaugural program, followed by the felicitation of our award winners. Over to Pragya.
Now, I request Professor Jayantu sir to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Shri B.P. Soni sir, Chancellor AKSU. Now, I again request Professor Jayantu sir to welcome Professor Uday Kumar from Sweden, LTU Sweden. Now, I request Mr. Anand Soni to welcome Professor Nguyen from Hanoi University. Now, I request A.K. Mittal sir to welcome Mr. Francisco from the Portugal. Now, I request Professor Jayantu sir to please welcome Anand Soni sir. Now, I request Dr. G.K. Pradhan sir for the introduction of the program.
Once again welcome all of you and all the dignitaries on the dais, and my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Such programs we are organizing along with AKS University since 2013, when I have joined here in the month of June 2013. This only gives an impression among the students what the industry looks like, what is the future ahead of them. And in this endeavor, our Jayantu Sahab and my team in Indian Mining and Engineering Journal, they have helped, and we are continuing with our publication and holding such seminars all over the world. Not all over the world we are coming next, now all over the country. And every year, 1 or 2 such programs are arranged, one exclusively for the students, the other is for the industry. In this program, our focus was mostly on sustainable mining, because the growing need of the industry and the nation is to maintain the eco-balance. Yes, ma'am, welcome. Idhar upar beta. No, come here. अच्छा, उनको लाके आप उधर हो जाइए. So आज का ये जो प्रोग्राम है, उसमें we have got 5 presentations and 6 distinguished personalities from the countries like Portugal. 2 persons from Portugal, they are our knowledge partner with AKS University with a 5-year linkage with them. We have got an MOU with Francisco for extending all the support for blast monitoring, blast evaluation, and all blasting related softwares. We are thankful to you. We are having Nangui from Hanoi University. Mr. Mittal was there last year. And thereafter we are in continuous. Please join us. पीछे सीट लगा दो. Yes, Tojama ma'am, welcome. Ma'am, Tojama is the owner of a gold mine in South Africa. We had in a session which was chaired by me in the Mining Dubai, she made a presentation over there. And after coming over to India, I just made a phone call to her, not a phone call, WhatsApp message that we are holding such an international conference over here. Please join us. She never said no. Welcome you back to India. She had a very tough journey from Delhi to this place by road. The best part of her career is that she started from the grassroots. When we go through her CV, she started as assistant manager, trainee, corporate head, blah, 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 and to become the on the top of the world. We have our own friend, old friend, Professor Uday Kumar from Lulio Technical University. He is with Madam. They spent 2 days yesterday, and I think a month or so back he was with our students. He likes his students so much that he adopted our students also. बच्चे उदय कुमार सर का स्वागत करिए तालियों के साथ. हम कोशिश किए इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को इंटरनेशनल रंग लेने के लिए. दिस इज द फर्स्ट एफर्ट. होपफुली जर्नल के लिए दिस इज द सेकंड एफर्ट. विद द फर्स्ट एफर्ट वाज इन दिल्ली where we had an international conference way back in 1989. And organizing a conference in Delhi is much comfortable than in Satna. I really thank all of you. You took a lot of pains to come to a place not accessible by flight and other mode of travel, except the railways and the road. Took a lot of pain. And we are going to spend 3 days with us. And we have organized a beautiful expo for the benefit of the students. Our main focus is on the students. We have achieved what we were supposed to achieve, our God has destined for us. But we are now focusing everything on the students, and for that we receive the greatest of help from the entire industry in and around us, especially Coal India, Steel Authority. I am started my career in SAIL, Hindustan Copper, our neighbors in Malanskant, Moil, Uranium Corporation of India, Aditya Birla Group, because we are the knowledge partner of Aditya Birla Group, handling almost 20-30 projects every year, assisting them in various problems they face on technology, slope stability, blasting. Because this university has got a multidisciplinary content with agriculture, biotechnology, information technology, so many other branches. So wherever it fits, we take the help of our friend departments so as to give the best to the industry. Once again, I thank all of you for making up to this stage, this place. With these words, I once again welcome you and request Mr. Anand Soni to welcome you to the campus.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Engineer Anand Kumar Soni for the welcoming of the campus.
मंच पर उपस्थित इस विश्वविद्यालय एडवाइजर प्रोफेसर उदय कुमार जी, वियतनाम से आई हुई मैडम प्रोफेसर होइनेगा, साउथ अफ्रीका इतनी दूर से हिंदुस्तान में और वो भी इस रिमोट एरिया में पहुंचने के लिए इतना पेन लेने वाली मैडम तोज़मा, विश्वविद्यालय को एक बहुत बेहतरीन सॉफ्टवेयर जो भी हाल में मिला है, ऐसे पिट ब्लास्ट कंपनी के फ्रांसिस्को साहब, जयंतु जी और सामने बैठे हुए हिंदुस्तान की माइनिंग क्षेत्र के सभी दिग्गज लोग, चाहे वो SCCL से हों, चाहे स्टील अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया से हों, SAIL से हैं, आदित्य बिरला से, सभी जगह से जो लोग हैं यहाँ पर, उनका मैं इस विश्वविद्यालय में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ। ये हमारा दूसरा प्रयास है विश्वविद्यालय कैंपस में कि हम एक इंजीनियरिंग एक्सपो, जिसमें लास्ट ईयर भी आप में से कई लोगों ने उसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया था और इस साल भी किया, ये जो भावी इंजीनियर्स हैं जो सामने बैठे हुए हैं, आपके बच्चे, ये आगे चल कर के आपके संस्थान में किसी न किसी रूप में कोई सहयोग देंगे। ये एक बड़ा एक्सपोजर आपकी तरफ से मिलता है। और हमने जब से विश्वविद्यालय में माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट स्टार्ट किया, तब से मैंने ये अनुभव किया कि जितना क्लोज और बेहतर कॉपरेशन आपकी तरफ से मिलता है, उतना हमें बाकी जो हमारे यहाँ फैकल्टीज़ हैं विश्वविद्यालय में, उसमें उतना नहीं मिल पाता। तो मैं इसके लिए आपका बहुत तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि माइनिंग की इंडस्ट्रीज़ जो कहने को कहते हैं लोग कि माइनिंग की जो समूह है ये बहुत छोटा है, लेकिन बड़ा चार्मिंग और एक दूसरे के साथ में बड़ा सहयोग करने वाला है। मैं इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। आप बहुत कम समय में यहाँ पर, और हमारे प्रधान साहब हैं, कहाँ पे चले गए अभी? अच्छा, इधर सामने बैठे हुए हैं। ये पूरे हिंदुस्तान के सेंटर पॉइंट हैं, ऐसा सभी लोग कहते हैं, और हम लोगों ने तो उसको जिया है, अनुभव किया है कि कोई भी काम हो इंडस्ट्रीज़ का, किसी को भी कोई काम करना हो, वो सीधे सेंटर पॉइंट पे कनेक्ट कर ले और वहाँ से प्रधान साहब पूरे हिंदुस्तान क्या पूरे वर्ल्ड को माइनिंग के क्षेत्र में कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ऐसे प्रधान साहब को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि उन्होंने इतने एफर्ट्स लेकर के रात को 12-12, 1-1 बजे तक बैठ करके किनको कब आना है, कैसे आना है, क्या सुविधाएं होनी चाहिए, इनका स्टॉल क्या लगेगा, इवन हमसे कोई बात करनी हो तो वो कभी भी मैसेज भी कर सकते हैं और फ़ोन करते हैं। जहाँ ज़रूरत पड़ी तो वहाँ आप उनका नेचर जानते हैं कि वो अपनी बात को पूरी दमखम के साथ रखते हैं और उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कराते हैं। मैं सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने यहाँ पर इस रिमोट लोकेशन में, सतना वैसे रिमोट लोकेशन है, कुछ समय बाद ये ज़रूर यहाँ पर भी एक पास में हवाई अड्डा आ रहा है और एयर स्ट्रिप्स बन रही है, तो एयर सुविधाएं उपलब्ध हो जाएंगी, तब हमारा और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर और नेशनल लेवल पर बहुत फ्रिक्वेंट आना जाना हो सकेगा। मैं पुनः आप सबको यहाँ आने के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
Thank you, sir, for your words. Now, I request Professor Uday Kumar, sir, from LTU Sweden for his words. Professor.
Hello. Yep. First of all, I would like to thank organizer and especially Professor Pradhan for inviting me and arranging this wonderful conference. Actually, even though I was here in November for also visiting and had some interaction with the student and had a very long interactive session in November, about 2 hours. And I learned a lot of things during this interaction, how the young minds are thinking, what directions they want to go, what are their questions. And I find it, I'm a mining engineer, I have migrated a little bit into other branches. And I always say, if you're a mining engineer, you learn a lot of things. As Anandji was saying that Pradhan can connect the whole world and connect it to mining. And I would say, if you are a mining engineer, you can work anywhere. But even though I have migrated, I always say I'm at heart a miner at the end of the day. I'm a mining engineer. And I never miss a chance to go to mining conferences. I will be talking, let's say, day after tomorrow as a guest of honor in Bhabha Atomic. Council has invited me for a workshop and seminar. So, and there will be a conference also. So I have been a guest, like me and Professor Tiwari from IIT directors, Kharagpur directors. So we'll be talking. So there I'll be talking about atomic energy and all those things. But here I am mining engineers. As a topic of the day, safety and sustainability. When I enter anywhere, first thing, as a mining, it's inbuilt in our mind of safety. I entered this room and looked, in case of fire, I looked really, how can I run away from here? I was looking for exit door. I had a quick survey. And this came also many years ago, about 35 years ago, I was in a hotel in Singapore, 75th floor. And when I came to the bed, there was a big signboard put on the bed. Look at the safety exit first. And since then, even yesterday I was staying in a hotel in a Spark, floor 2. I just looked carefully in case of fire, where is the nearest escape way. It's embedded. And if you're a mining engineer, I say you have to think about safety. Not only in the mines, day-to-day, everyday life. And I would like to make an announcement. Look, if something happens here, how can you come out of this room in a safe manner? And that's the mining engineers. We think first. Coming back to sustainability, sustainability is a very core. Everyone is talking about, and there comes the how can we integrate the new technology to mix and gain the sustainability and sustainable mining. Sustainable mining means safe mining, that's the topic, lean mining. It has to be economically viable. Otherwise, it won't be accepted by society or the corporate. And third one is the environment, green mining. Safe mining, lean mining, and green mining. And you have Professor Pradhan's topic illustrates all these three areas and all. And for learning, how can we be lean and green? How can we integrate new technology into day-to-day mining operations? And for that, I always say, technology is evolving every day. It's like an it's not organism. You know, it's an organic thing. Grows, develops, and dies. Like that technology, many things are changing, developing, and dying. So this conference, when we organize our mining, this gives us a platform, an opportunity to look back in time, where we were standing, what we wanted to achieve. Like say, started 10 years ago. What was the purpose of this meeting? What was the purpose of this conference? What you wanted to achieve? And in last 10 years, what we have achieved. And also looking to the future, where the whole industry is moving, what type of education we need, what knowledge we need, and how can we renew the knowledge. Because knowledge is changing too fast in too many directions. And as a human, we will not be able to absorb the knowledge, what is happening all around. So one suggestion that keep track of that, and I think the advantage of AKS University being a small and a very dynamic and fast, taking decision, non-bureaucratic, lifelong learning programs. As a mining engineer, you are examining, or mining is in the field, how can you train them to meet the futures? And you need a retraining in every 3 years, 2 years actually. Things are changing so fast. But there will be a lot of challenges when you want to go for mining, conflict with the local community, conflict with the Greens, NGOs. So as a mining engineer, you have to treat through many areas, technology, societal development, societal requirements, looking. So what I was telling in the beginning, as a mining engineer, you become a generalist. And that is a very big advantage. Some 15 years ago, I was sitting with the CEO of the ABB. I had a lunch with him for some meetings, and he says, we are looking for not a specialist now, we are looking for journalists who can deal with different parts of the technology, who can integrate the technology. If I take an electronic engineer, he just talks this one, because ABB is a lot of electronics. Electrical, I need an integrator who can integrate the different. And I said, take the mining engineers. And many mining engineers are working in ABB, integrating the technology. Because you have to manage the technology. You understand the difference. You may not be the best electronic engineer, but you are the best manager to manage these technologies. And I look forward that anytime you can feel free, contact me, and I will be coming here if I get time, opportunity, so I'll be doing it. Thanks a lot. Thank you once again, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now, I request Professor Nguyen from the Hanoi University to please say a few words, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very you all. First of all, thank you. Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for having me in such a very important event and also very interesting expo and conference here in India, in SATNA. And also giving me such an honor occasion to be standing here talking a little bit about mining. I'm not the mining engineer. My background is mining management, but thanks to my commitment to the mining industry, I'm now a member of the Society of Mining Professors and also a member of the International Social Security Association Prevention in Mining. That's why I'm very happy to receive the invitation from the mining engineering department from IKS University to join this conference and deliver a presentation regarding safety, health, and well-being, which is very important in the mining industry nowadays. And all around the world, many people, especially the one who do not understand much about mining, they think mining is a dirty word, and mining brings negative impacts to not only the environment but also for the safety and health of the the community and the human. And our role is to, with our background, with our knowledge, to prove to them that mining is not a dirty word. We contribute a lot for the development of the national and international economy, as well as contribute largely to the sustainable development and also adapt to the climate change. With this idea, I think that the mining education, the sector, with the contribution of the professors, distinguished professors from all over the world, you can see here in this meeting room, from Sweden, from Portugal, from Africa, from India. Please join the initiative to make the world the better one by the contribution of the mining industry. Yeah. Thank you very much, and I hope that I can see you in all of you in the technical sessions in the following days. I wish you all have good health during the conferences, have during the conference, have very fruitful meetings and discussion, and find out your role model, especially with the young generation, the mining engineers in the future, that we are very much looking to welcome you to work in the mining industry, to follow our work in education, our industry, and support the further generations in the sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. It is nice to hear you. Now, I request Professor Harshvardhan sir, Pro VC AKSU sir, please come on the dais, and I request Professor R.S. Tripathi, Pro VC AKSU Administration, to please come on the stage. Now, I request Madam Tozama from the South Africa. So please give you a few words, please. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to this occasion. I'm not going to speak about mining. Everybody speaks about mining, but I'm going to speak about the possibilities that the students can achieve if they persevere, because that's one thing that is never spoken about. We always speak about you should study, you should get good grades, and you should go out in the world and become a better engineer. It is possible, it could be done. When I started in banking. I have no mining background. My junior degree is in accounting. Then I've got master's in business administration. And then I specialized in environment, social, and governance of the mining part. We started a mine in Soweto in South Africa that is in the middle of houses. And for us to do that, we needed to be very compliant in terms of the requirements of environment, social, and governance. And from a child who comes from where I come from, it is a dream come true. It was not an easy journey, but it is possible. So I want to encourage. So I want to encourage every girl child and boy child, man child that is sitting in the audience and saying, one day I want to start and open a mine, that it is possible. It can be done. When I started, I didn't know anything about mining. I started in banking. But today I'm speaking in this conference. I was in Dubai. I'm going to Russia again in April. In South Africa, I belong in all the councils that you can think of that relate to mining. And I come from a place like this. So my words of encouragement to the youth and to the children that are studying is that it can be done and it's possible. It will not be easy though, but it can be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request Professor Harshvardhan sir to say address the gathering, please.
Hello. This is a great event being organized by the mining department under the leadership of Dr. and Mr. and other senior colleagues of the mining department. I feel pleasure that the AKS University has organized this mega event on the subject which is a very vital, not for the country of, not the country like India, but hello, it is also very much important for the globe. When the development of the society takes place, the natural resources are to be harnessed. And this is a great demand when the population is started increasing, the humanities, their demands increased. Definitely, the natural resources like mining is very much important for the entire world. Unless and until the minerals, mining resources are harnessed, no country, no population, no demand can be fulfilled without the mining exploration and mining operation. So I welcome on behalf of AKS University all the delegates, not only from India, but from the globe. I appreciate that the delegates who have come from the abroad and who have addressed also this gathering, Professor Uday Kumar and Professor Dr. Nigar from Hanoi, and other who will be awarded on the ceremony which is to be followed by after this inaugural function. And I appreciate and I feel there is a difficulty in coming to the place like SATNA, but people have come on the motivation of our mining professors and who had visited earlier in different countries like Vietnam and other countries. Mittal Sahab had said that people have come and they will acknowledge the appreciation of our AKS University also, and the way our students are taking education in mining field. I believe that the students will rise to the highest level, and they will serve the society, and they will also keep in mind that sustainable development is also required. The pollution control is also required. So in between, I feel that all the resources are to be wisely explored and harnessed in the interest of the country and the society. Thank you very much for inviting me to say a few words. This AKS University was initiated in 2011, and for the last 10 to 12 years, the university has risen to the highest level in the country, in India, and we have impressed the academicians all over the country that the AKS University is doing very good in the field of mining and in other sectors also. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Professor R.S. Tripathi, sir, Provisy AKSU, for his valuable words, please.
मंच पर आसीन विश्वविद्यालय के कुलाधिपति और उनके साथ बैठे हुए डिग्निटरीज, हाल में बैठे हुए माइनिंग इंजीनियर्स, एकेडमिशियंस, हमारे शिक्षक, छात्रों छात्राओं, आज ये अत्यंत हर्ष का विषय है कि माइनिंग जैसे विषय पर विश्वविद्यालय के फैकल्टी ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग के डीन डॉक्टर जी.के. प्रधान फिर एक विद्वत वार्ता के लिए लोगों को आमंत्रित किया है। इसमें काफ़ी लोग विदेश से भी आए हैं और मुझे आशा है कि आगे चल करके विदेश से भी लोग आकर के यहाँ अपने नॉलेज को शेयर करेंगे। माइनिंग विषय इतना वाइटल है। वाइटल क्यों है? इसके संरक्षण और कंसोलिडेशन की आवश्यकता बहुत ज़्यादा है, चूँकि जो धरती के नीचे चीज़ें हैं जिसको हम माइनिंग करके प्राप्त करते हैं वो बढ़ नहीं रही हैं बल्कि घट रही हैं। प्रकृति ने कभी एक खजाना हमें दिया था और जिस तरीके से हम उनका दोहन कर रहे हैं और दोहन के बाद सही स्थान पर सही व्यक्ति के द्वारा और जितना ज़रूरत है, अगर हम ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा कोई चीज़ प्रयोग कर रहे हैं तो वही बर्बादी है। जितनी आवश्यकता है उतना ही खर्च हो, ये एप्रोप्रिएशन है। हम बर्बादी की ओर जाते हैं। इसलिए मेरा हमेशा निवेदन ये है, पिछली भी सेमिनार डॉक्टर साहब ने कराई थी, मैंने कहा इसमें ये बात अवश्य रखी जाए। कॉन्फ्रेंस का टॉपिक भले अलग हो, कंसोलिडेशन कैसे होगा, उसका मैनेजमेंट कैसे होगा कि जो चीज़ बढ़ नहीं रही, हम बढ़ा नहीं सकते, प्रकृति ने हमको उसको दिया है, तो उसका सही तरीके से सही स्थान पर और सही मात्रा में ही प्रयोग हो, इस पर विचार करना जरूरी है। नहीं तो केवल भारत नहीं, विदेश में भी जहां माइनिंग हो रही है, अगर इस तरह अब्रप्टली कोई चीज़ हटाई जाएगी, निकाली जाएगी, तो हमें खत्म हो जाएगा वो चीज़ और देश का विकास रुक जाएगा। धन्यवाद आप सब लोगों को।
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Mr. Francisco from Portugal to please say a few words.
Hello everyone. My name is Francisco. I'm a representative of Opit Blast company. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Your professor has been great in terms of reception to me and also my colleague. We really appreciate the opportunity to be part of events like this, and hopefully in the future we'll have more opportunities. And it's always great to see so many people interested in our industry, and hope that the future, at least from what I'm seeing, seems really bright. So let's keep it that way. Thank you. I will keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Francisco was a trainer for us. He trained us the new software which we got from Portugal. So we and Mr. Naman Soni sir, both of us trained for 2 days. Online training it was given by him. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Professor S. Jayantu sir to say information about the conference.
Please bring the seminar volume to be released. Fast.
इसमें नहीं बोलना। अच्छा, पहले फोटो। ठीक है।
Please hold it for inauguration. In front of us, there is a beautiful model of an open cast mine prepared by the students of our university. They spent 3 nights, 3 days, even till the morning they were making it. And कौन बनाया इसको? आ जाओ, along with their mentor, Dr. Sandeep Prasad. आ जाओ ये, तुम लोग वहाँ ताली मार रहा, इधर आओ नीचे. फोटो उठाओ. संदीप सर, let us give them a big clap. Lights off, lights off, lights off please, so that you can have the feeling of the illumination. पूरा 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 यार, अंधेरा करो, माइंस बनाओ.
अच्छा, अंडरग्राउंड माइंस।
change the illumination. Please change the illumination. This is the night view of an open cast mine. तालियां. Thank you very much. Lights on.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, from India as well as other countries, it is our great pleasure on behalf of Indian Mining and Engineering Journal. We welcome once again for this event, and we since 1961 trying to bring whatever knowledge is generated with a motto that knowledge should be shared. It should not be stored like a pond water, but it should be flow like a river water. This has been our motto of Indian Mining and Engineering Journal. I hope we have been fulfilling. And for that, we need so many agencies like AKS University and other universities in India and abroad. So we are very happy to have all these. And really, it is a great honor for us to have #1 person in Coal India, PM Prasad Saab, and from different countries who are pioneers in mining, and that is to deepest mining in the world. That is from South Africa, where gold mining. And I don't want to take much time because already we believe not in saying but showing, and we have done that. So we have shown all the details of whatever we are going to do and what I was supposed to say. We have shown that in the journal. That's why I would like to say only 1-2 minutes, pointing to our PM Prasad Saab about sustainability, what we learned from our super seniors, including our DN Prasad Saab and all gurus, Professor R.D. Singh Saab, Dr. T.N. Singh Saab, Professor D.P. Singh Saab, because they have been my B.Tech, M.Tech and PhD guides. When it comes to sustainability, a very simple word what I used to say to the students is, what is sustainable, what is eco-friendly means, that should continue forever. And when it comes to mining, it is, we should consider ourselves as babies and Mother Earth as our mother, and we are trying to take minerals. And when it is a sustainable practice means, mother and baby should be happy. Mother is giving milk, baby is taking milk. You see, both are happy. That is the reason why it is sustainable. And our generations are going on over so many centuries. This is what is a sustainable or eco-friendly mining is, in very simple words. That's what I used to teach my students, to come up with the technologies. We should be safe and sustainable. And our Lulia University, Uday Kumar Saab, and Nagain Madam and Tujama Madam, they have given wonderful thoughts, insights into 2-3 aspects, which just I would like to say within 1 minute. That is transdisciplinary, translational, industry-oriented research and academics. That is the present time requirement, which is nicely coined by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi Sahab, who is a president of CSIR also, through NEP 2020. And I have been a chairman for implementing this in our NIT Rourkela for the mining departments. We are taking care of that. And then when it comes to entrepreneurship, Tujama Madam told, although she was not a mining engineer, she is the owner of mining companies. So that is a passion to contribute something to the mining community that we have been continued with the Indian Mining and Engineering Journal since 1961. And I hope we will be blessed, and we have the blessings of everybody to take it forward and then contribute more and more in a better way in near future. We will be discussing, of course, in the sessions. All the best to everybody, and we hope a comfortable stay in Satna. You may go to Chitrakoot, so many places. Okay, all the best. Namaste, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request our Chief Guest, Sri B.P. Soni, sir, Chancellor AKS University, for his valuable words, please.
मंच में बैठे हुए समस्त प्रोफेसरगण, सामने बैठे हुए प्रोफेसर और विद्यार्थियों, देश विदेश से आए हुए समस्त लोगों को मैं प्रणाम करता हूं। और एक बड़ी खुशी की बात हमें लगती है कि एक छोटे शहर में सब लोग इकट्ठा हुए। आप लोगों को लगेगा कि सतना कितना छोटा स्थान है, लेकिन यहाँ पर प्रधान जी जो हैं ये प्रधान ही है। वास्तव में कहा गया कि जो प्रधान होता है प्रमुखिया, तो उनके कारण सब लोग इकट्ठा हुए और सबको इकट्ठा करके देश विदेश के लोगों को भी ला करके प्रधान जी एक छोटे शहर में सबको मने मिला इकट्ठा किए। वास्तव में भारत जो है इस समय भारत के प्रधानमंत्री विकसित भारत बनाना चाहते हैं। आप लोग भी जानते होंगे कि भारत का लक्ष्य जो है विकसित भारत बनाने का है। 1947 से लेकर के आज इतने दिन 75-76 वर्ष हो रहे हैं, हम डेवलप क्यों नहीं हुए? सोचने की बात यह है कि आखिर कारण क्या है? छोटे छोटे देश, यूरोप के छोटे छोटे देश डेवलप्ड कंट्री में आते हैं, यानी यहाँ तक छोटी पुर्तगाल वगैरह छोटे छोटे देश हैं, ये भी डेवलप कंट्री में आते हैं। दक्षिण कोरिया जो छोटा सा देश है बड़ा तेजी से विकास किया, जापान बड़ा तेजी से विकास किया, लेकिन हम क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे हैं? इसके पीछे अगर सोचिए तो हमारी सोच कितनी है कि हमारे यहाँ शिक्षा का क्षेत्र ठीक नहीं है। शिक्षा में हम बहुत पिछड़े हैं। हमारे देश के बहुत से लड़के विदेशों में पढ़ने जाते हैं और विदेशों की यूनिवर्सिटियां हमारे देश के बच्चों के फीस से चल रही हैं। ये स्थिति है। हमारे देश में शिक्षा की कमी है। डेवलपमेंट होने के लिए ज़रूरी है शिक्षा, और दूसरा होता है टेक्नोलॉजी। बिना टेक्नोलॉजी के आज विकास नहीं हो सकता। ये सारा विकास जितना है दुनिया में, ये सिर्फ 500 वर्ष का है। इसके पहले दुनिया जो चल रही थी बड़े धीरे धीरे चल रही थी, लेकिन ये 15वीं शताब्दी से 16वीं शताब्दी से दुनिया में विकास तेजी से बढ़ा है। और ये वर्तमान विकास जो बढ़ रहा है बड़ा तेजी से बढ़ रहा है, वो सिर्फ 40-50 वर्ष का है। 50 वर्ष में देश इतना विकसित हुआ है कि ऐसा लगता है कि 50 वर्ष के अंदर दुगना हो जाएगा एकदम बिल्कुल। और इसमें माइनिंग क्षेत्र का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। अगर हमारे विद्यार्थी जितने हैं माइनिंग में हैं, माइनिंग के क्षेत्र में वैसे हम काफ़ी धनी हैं। हमारे यहाँ प्रचुर मात्रा में कई प्रकार के खदानें मिलती हैं, कमी नहीं अपने यहाँ। लोहे का खदान अपने यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा है, ये बॉक्साइट अपने यहाँ काफ़ी है, कई प्रकार के मैगजीन वगैरह काफ़ी इसमें हैं, अपने देश में काफ़ी चीज़ें। लेकिन डेवलप क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? हमारे यहाँ रिसर्च नहीं होता है। हम दूसरे के रिसर्च पर निर्भर कर रहे हैं। ज़रूरत इस बात का है कि हम अपने यहाँ रिसर्च सेंटर खोलें और रिसर्च सेंटर में रिसर्च करके हम आगे डेवलप करें। दूसरा, हमारे यहाँ शिक्षा में बहुत जरूरत है। आखिर आता है विकसित राष्ट्र हैं कौन से राष्ट्र? विकसित राष्ट्र हम किसको कहते हैं? जिन देशों के पास अपनी खुद की दौलत काफ़ी है। दौलत मतलब होता है उनका प्रोडक्शन, माने आंतरिक प्रोडक्शन उनके देश में कुल कितना है, फिर उसका आयात भी निर्यात कितना है, दुनिया में हमारी हैसियत कितनी है उसमें। ये सब डेवलपमेंट में आते हैं। और देश की खुशहाली, हमारे देश में खुशहाली जो है इसलिए नहीं है कि हमारी शिक्षा नहीं है। यदि हम शिक्षा पर ज़्यादा जोर दे दें तो भारत को डेवलप करने में टाइम ज़्यादा ना लगेगा। अब आप लोगों का समय बहुत मूल्यवान है। हमारा भाषण जो है ये एक थोड़ा सा और बताते हैं हम। ये आप लोग सब जानते हैं कि दुनिया का विकास तो बड़ा तेजी से हो रहा है। हथियारों का होड़ बहुत तेजी से चल रहा है। हथियार बड़ी तेजी से हम भी खरीदते हैं, दूसरा भी खरीदता है। दुनिया में 10% 15% आय जितनी होती है वो हथियारों में जा रही है। और जो हथियार हम खरीदते हैं वो क्या होता है, 10 साल बाद पुराने हो जाते हैं, पड़े रह जाते हैं। ये युद्ध हुआ तो खराब हो जाते हैं। युद्ध में नष्ट होंगे या रखे रखे नष्ट होंगे। पैसा हर साल लग रहा है। जितना पैसा हम रक्षा में खर्च करते हैं उतना पैसा डेवलपमेंट में खर्च नहीं करते हैं। यदि हम स्कूलों में इतना खर्च कर दें तो हमारी स्कूल सब अच्छी हो जाएं, लेकिन हम उसमें न खर्च करके हथियार खरीदने में खर्च करते हैं। हथियार खरीदते भी हैं, बेच भी रहे हैं, लेकिन इन हथियारों का उपयोग क्या है? उपयोग सिर्फ यही है लड़ाई में। हम कहते हैं हमारी सीमाएं दूसरा सीमा में ना जाए, एक एक इंच जमीन के लिए हम लड़ने के लिए तैयार हैं। कहते हैं हम एक इंच जमीन दूसरे को न देंगे, भले ही करोड़ों आदमी मर जाएं, लेकिन जमीन बचाएंगे। जमीन क्या बचाओ? जमीन कहीं चली जाएगी क्या? जमीन वहीं रहती है जहां है। जिंदगी में कभी निर्भर नहीं होती है, केवल मानसिकता में हम अपने नक्शे में बना लेते हैं और उसकी रक्षा करते हैं। तो ये जो होता है इस प्रकार से, उसको हम कैसे दूर करें? तो एक कल्पना मेरी आई है, मैं आप लोगों को बता रहा हूँ, हो सकता है पुस्तक भी दे सकूँ, कि अगर हम सब मिल करके युद्ध के स्थान पर, आप देख रहे हैं रूस और यूक्रेन का युद्ध 2 वर्ष से चल रहा है, आज तक फाइनल नहीं हुआ, कौन जीता कौन हारा। कितना खर्च हो चुका, न जाने कितना पैसा खर्च हो चुका, कितने लोग मर चुके हैं। इसी प्रकार से हमास का और मैंने इजराइल का युद्ध देख रहे हैं, कितना खर्च हो रहा है, कितना हो रहा है। आखिर युद्ध से फायदा क्या निकल रहा है? हम किसी के मानसिकता को भी नहीं बदल पा रहे हैं, किसी के विचारधारा को नहीं बदल पा रहे हैं, फिर भी लड़ रहे हैं। तो अगर हम सब मिल करके इस प्रकार से करें कि सब मिलकर एक सरकार बने, विश्व सरकार, सब मिलकर हर देश विश्व सरकार बना लें, तो ये सारे खर्चे युद्ध के खत्म हो जाएंगे। और युद्ध के खर्चे जब खत्म हो जाएंगे तो हमारा डेवलपमेंट में पैसा लगेगा। सीमाएं उस प्रकार हो जाएंगी जिस प्रकार राज्य की होती हैं। भारतवर्ष एक देश है, इसमें उत्तर प्रदेश मध्य प्रदेश की सीमाएं हैं कि नहीं है, लेकिन कोई लड़ाई होती है? कोई लड़ाई नहीं होती, कोई आपस में एक युद्ध नहीं करता है। यदि हमारे सारे देश इस प्रकार से मिल जाएं तो हमारी सीमाएं भी सुरक्षित रहेंगी और युद्ध भी ना होगा, पैसा भी बचत में आएगा जो डेवलपमेंट में लगेगा। ये मेरी विचारधारा है खुद की, और इसमें एक पुस्तक भी लिख चुका हूँ जो आप लोगों को मिलेगी, 2 दिन के अंदर मिल जाएगी। आप लोग भी अपने यहाँ देश में विदेश में जो आते हैं वो लोग उसका प्रचार जरूर करें। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपके भाषण से हम लोग काफ़ी नई चीज़ सीखे हैं और सुने हैं, रिपीट हुआ बार बार, क्योंकि बार बार कहे जाने से ही हमारा दिमाग में बैठता है। तो आपने जो माइनिंग को प्रोत्साहन दिए हैं इस क्षेत्र में, उसके लिए हम सबके तरफ से आपको धन्यवाद देते हैं सर। अभी मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा जयंतु सर, प्लीज़ प्रेजेंट बुके टू आवर ओवरसीज गेस्ट। जयंतु सर आ जाइए, सामने खड़े हो जाइए। And after this we will have a quick VC for 5-6 minutes by Jitendra Malik, Director Technical, Northern Coalfields. Over to Tozama. ये तो ना गिफ्ट लाओ ना यार। एक मिनट रुको रुको, सिलेक्टिव है ना। These are all handicrafts from Bhubaneswar. Next. Hanoi professor. Francisco, to Mr. Francisco. उदय कुमार जी, एक काम करो मैडम, उदय कुमार आप भी आ जाओ एक साथ, आपको बहुत गिफ्ट दिए हैं, आप आ जाइए। साथ में जाओ ना। आइए आइए दोनों, अरे शर्माइए मत अभी। Thank you. I think गोडसे साहब, बच्चे लोग हेल्प करो। अरे गोडसे साहब, मलिक साहब ऑनलाइन लिंक दीजिए, लिंक नहीं दिए, किसको देना लिंक? क्या हो रहा है अमन? मित्तल सर,
अवार्ड फंक्शन है तो स्टार्ट कर देते हैं। अवार्ड वाले आएंगे, नहीं हटे, हाँ 2 मिनट में हो रहा है सर लिंक वाला।
ये Our Chancellor, our Chairman Anand ji, Professor Uday Kumar on the dais, back. थोड़ा म्यूजिक लगाओ यार, प्लीज म्यूजिक प्लीज. आइए प्लीज आनंद जी. And our distinguished award winners, we will be felicitating them for their outstanding contribution to the mining industry. Professor K. Ramchandar, बैठिए ना, बैठिए. Engineer B. K. Giri sir, Birla Corporation Mr. Mahanti, Mr. D. K. Mahanta, you will take Murthy garu. Rao sir, Professor C.S. Dubey, Mr. B.D. Mali sir,
वाह,
HK
एक
Naik
पढ़ाई
sir,
में फर्स्ट आने के लिए
Mr.
और
D.M.
दूसरा
Prasad,
स्कूल में बेस्ट खेलने के
मानता,
लिए। वाह दीदी, दो ट्रॉफीज पाकर आप तो दुगना चमक गई। पर इन कपड़ों का क्या? ये भी दुगना चमकेंगे। दुगना चमकेंगे कैसे? विन बार से, जो जिद्दी मैल हटाए और साधारण बार के मुकाबले दे दुगनी चमक। विन बार दे दुगनी चमक।
चांसलर सर आए क्या?
कितना हुआ भैया?
12
Give a big hand to all these distinguished personalities. अरे visited people of repute in the different fields. This is practiced by us also for last 20 years. Many of our distinguished recipients have gained further heights in their career. We are blessing them our endeavor to come to the corner. Professor Ramchandra for his outstanding contribution to education and other areas. in mining machinery, सब steel authority of state institution, उन्होंने सारंगा फॉरेस्ट में जैसे माइनिंग का काम करवाया हुआ माइंस में एक राइट लैंडन माइन जो ब्रिटिशर्स ने छोड़ कर गए थे, उसका 12.5 मिलियन टन environmental clearance बनाया, only through introduction of new technology. Let us felicitate him with Mining Innovation and Sustainable Development Award. उदय कुमार जी। With the Honorable Supreme Court decision, Chittorgarh mines was closed. They were asked not to do any blasting. That is one of the strongest limestone we come across. There, through innovation, the mine was started.
The team is looking down the barrel of a 455
It is a blast-free mine in the country, having all the technologies of the world. Let us felicitate. It is a group achievement led by Mr. K.K. Singh. He could not come. In his place, Mr. Mahanti will receive the award. Please clap. They belong to the Birla Corporation in Chittorgarh. If you visit the mine, it is a copybook mine. No blasting the last several years. And with blasting mining, they are on production. Mr. D.K. Mahanta, in the state of this place, he had come here with an assignment to blast near the Bansagar Dam with his team. Mr. B.S. Chaudhary and his team is over here. We would like to felicitate him. I request our Chancellor to felicitate present Lifetime Achievement Award to Professor B. M.S.R. Murthy. Spent his entire life in new technologies. He has a company in the mining, Dalmia Cement Bharat, where he heads the entire Dalmia Cement limestone mine. He is the executive director, deputy executive director, and head of mining at Dalmia Cement. I request Sanal Shri S.K. Raut. उस सिलसिला में दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जियोलॉजी से हमारे यहाँ दो प्रोफेसर हैं, HOD माइनिंग एंड HOD सीमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, HOD माइनिंग बीके मिश्रा एंड HOD सीमेंट गाजी है क्या इधर? मिस्टर झा, डॉक्टर झा, both of them were trained and groomed and educated by none other than Mr. C.S. Dubey, who was a formerly professor and head, and he was a vice chancellor of a private university in Delhi also. Nothing to have him over here. I request our chancellor to felicitate Professor C.S. Dubey. Give a big hand. आइए आइए पहले छुइए सब पब्लिकली ये स्टूडेंट और HOD Aditya Birla Group has a very long and outstanding tradition of introducing new things in their minds. Especially Ultratech Group and Aditya Cement, they are pioneers in technology. Any new thing comes to India, they will experiment. In that series, we are proud to felicitate Mr. V.D. Malik, distinguished mining engineer from MBM College, Jodhpur. Ali sir, please receive the Lifetime Achievement Award. Let us give a big hand. He heads a line where all problems are there, very successfully, efficiently, effectively in Chittorgarh. Ali sir. फेलिसिटेट करने जा रहे हैं एडवाइजर कोल एंड एडवाइजर सिंगरेनी कोलियरीज लिमिटेड एनी पॉलिसी प्लानिंग ऑफ द कोल सेक्टर वाज हिज ब्रेन चाइल्ड। चांसलर साहब से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा DN प्रसाद जी को फेलिसिटेट करें। अरे साहब गाना वाना कुछ करो, क्या करता तुम लोग? प्राइमरी जर्नल को छाप रहे हैं कई दशकों से। ये जर्नल का पीछे जो एसोसिएट एडिटर साहू जी वो हर सेमिनार के पहले अभी रात को यहाँ पहुँच जाते हैं। जर्नल एंड ऑल टिप्स मटेरियल फ्रॉम भुवनेश्वर एंड लेट अस विजिट अभी अब बारी है मिस्टर मित्तल, प्लीज कम टू डायस। प्लीज गिव अ बिग हैंड। अरे बच्चे करो, क्या हो गया? एकेएस यूनिवर्सिटी में ये पहले मित्तल साहब प्लीज मित्तल साहब की हर साल हम लोग हमारे गुरुजनों को सम्मानित करते इस कड़ी में आज हमारा सीनियर, हमारा इमीडिएट सीनियर 79 में जब अनिल मित्तल जी को बेस्ट टीचर अवार्ड में हम लोग सम्मानित करने जा रहे हैं। मित्तल साहब ने जब जीएम से हाईवा माइनिंग टेक्नोलॉजी इंट्रोड्यूस कराए, अरे ताली मारो। थैंक यू वेरी मच। वी कम टू अभी वाइस चांसलर ऑफ पंजाब नेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी श्री प्रोफेसर आरपी तिवारी will be with us on a very short video conferencing. He is basically a geologist from this place, and many of his students have made significant contribution for the growth of Madhya Pradesh geological sciences. आगे लाइन लाइट्स ऑफ प्लीज, लाइट्स ऑफ। अभी एनसीएल है कि आरपी गोडसे साहब, अभी पहले आरपी तिवारी साहब कर लेते हैं। यस, प्रोफेसर तिवारी, वेलकम टू आवर शो. It is a big show, with technology show, with all scientists, technologists from all over the country and few our invited guests from the world. We welcome you to address us with your valuable words of full of experience and expertise. Professor.
So join कर लिए इसने करवाइए शुरू से। कैमरा सेट कर रहे होंगे ना। आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही है? सर फुल है जैसे वो उधर कंट्रोल होगा सर। बहुत ज्यादा पड़ जाएगी सर, इसको थोड़ा कम कर दें। कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा। करेंगे वो सर, उधर से करेंगे, कंट्रोल के पास है।
सर नमस्कार।
जी नमस्कार नमस्कार।
शायद आप मुझे रिकॉग्नाइज कर पा रहे होंगे, हम लोग कई बार मिले हैं।
आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
अब आ रही है आवाज सर?
हाँ अभी आ रही है। मैं आपको बहुत अच्छे तरह से पहचानता हूँ, जानता हूँ। आपको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। कैसे हैं आप? ठीक हैं
सर? बहुत बढ़िया है सर। और अभी ये हम लोगों ने ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस, इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑर्गेनाइज की है, इसमें सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। और मैं चाहूँगा सर कि आपके गोल्डन वर्ड्स जो हम लोगों ने बहुत बार सुने हैं और हमेशा एक नई एनर्जी लोगों के अंदर भर देते हैं, मैं चाहूँगा सर कि आपके ऐसे आशीर्वचन हम लोगों को ज़रूर मिले। मैं आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ सर।
जी जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ, सुबह नहीं जुड़ पाया क्योंकि आज हमारे विश्वविद्यालय में नॉर्थ जोन हैंडबॉल कंपटीशन की शुरुआत हुई और हमारे इस क्षेत्र के सांसद महोदय उसमें आए हुए थे, जिस वजह से मैं सुबह नहीं जुड़ पाया।
सर अभी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में पूरे हिंदुस्तान के सभी माइनिंग क्षेत्र के दिग्गज लोग हैं और स्वीडन से, पुर्तगाल से, साउथ अफ्रीका से, वियतनाम से भी प्रतिनिधि यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं। तो सभी आपके शब्दों को सुनना चाहते हैं सर।
जी 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 बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आई एम एक्सट्रीमली सॉरी आई कुड नॉट be present in the morning because there was the inaugural function of North Zone handball competition in our university where 45 universities are participating in this event, and so I had to be there. Nonetheless, now I'm thankful to the organizer for giving me this opportunity. This topic is very close to my heart for two reasons. The first one is I'm a student of geology, and so I know the mining activities, the status of mining in India and world around, and also what ails the mining activities. And the second one is, of my background, where I always emphasize on nature-centric development discourse, and the course that the civilization should tread is this only, because this planet Earth is the unique planet, and as of now only this planet is habitable for various forms of organism, all animal forms and all plant forms, and this is our bounden duty to make this Mother Earth livable as long as we can. The history of mining in India is very old, and and not only in India but the world around, and based on this only how we have used different types of earth materials and earth resources during our civilizational discourse, and accordingly we have Stone Age, Iron Age, Copper Age, Bronze Age, and so on and so forth. And this has been, mining has been integral part of our civilizational trait. And if we see, certain facts about the mining in India, one thing that I always proudly say, and every Indian should be proud of that, is the mining activities and the reminiscent of minings and metallurgy together in various parts of the country that are available, and especially of the open cast mining, and if we map these, then maybe we can say that right from the start of our civilization, at different time spawns and time windows, we have the evidences of mining of various types, and even in our scriptures, in the Vedas and Upanishad also, we have the references of minings of different types. as I said earlier, this, the earth's resources are for judicious use, and, the very first Upanishad, our Upanishad, that is Isha Upanishad, the very first sloka of Isha Upanishad says us, teaches us as to how to use the natural resources for our well-being. And the meaning of that sloka is that, on the natural resources is only that much which that individual earns through hard labor, and which is, sufficient for day-to-day dealings of the or the survival of the mankind, and all of the rest part belongs to others, and the owner, and that ownership lies on the God. Therefore, we should try to exploit all mining resources, all metals. They are, we all know that they are non-renewable resources, and we need all those metals, and other metalloids and non-metallic substances for which we are mining. We need it for continuation of civilization, and therefore the judicious use and the activities in perfect harmony with nature. Our civilization has taught us that we do not care only for ourselves, for the Homo sapiens. We care for all biotic and abiotic components that are present, and the survival and the life form on Earth is possible because our life evolved on Earth because there was the perfect balance, and all other aerobic conditions from anaerobic aerobic conditions evolved, and then the atmosphere was formed, then the hydrosphere was formed, then of course lithosphere was formed at the beginning, and then only biosphere was evolved. So the mining activities are largely confined on the lithosphere. Now even seabed mining has come in, so even the hydrosphere has also, now the earth resources available on earth are not, sufficient to meet our needs. Therefore, the mining activities have also commenced in the hydrosphere, on the seabeds, and the claim over, the territorial jurisdiction of oceans and seas, that also we needed to define. So, these activities are expanding as the population is expanding, our needs are expanding. So, the development discourse has to be nature-centric, and, with the commencement of technologies and, the emergence of artificial intelligence, now in the mining activities, maybe we can make it much more sustainable with the use of artificial intelligence, and even locating ore bodies and other metallic and non-metallic substances with the latest use of technology that is becoming finer and finer, and also the emerging technologies should be used and accordingly customized for mining of metals, non-metals, and even sands and other things. We all know what is the condition of the rivers. You go around and see the rivers are in very pitiful condition because of over exploitation of sand. That is also part of mining. So the experts from various parts, and I was told that from abroad also. So apart from how to enhance the efficiency of mining and how to extract metals, ores and other things without much disturbing the the ecosystem, the lithosphere, and other part of the ecosystem which is required for our survival. All these things will be discussed, and this is a wholesome conference covering almost all aspects of mining. And my compliments to this university for taking efforts to organize this conference and roping experts from various parts of the world for deliberation and for meaningful conclusions. And I'm sure that the conclusions and the future roadmap that this activity should tread with, all those suggestions will also be worked out and will be forwarded to Government of India for possible implementation. With this, I have another program lined up for 12 o'clock. So with this few remarks, I close here, and I wish that this conference will yield the tangible results, and the understanding about mining and mining activities will enhance, and will resort to nature-centric development discourse where mining plays a very important role. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Professor Tiwari, for sparing your valuable time to us. We have got a very important distinguished mining engineer from Northern Coalfields Limited, Singrauli, Mr. Malik, Jitendra Malik, Director Technical Operation. He brings with him lot of experience in underground and open cast mining. मलिक साहब, आपको तो फिजिकली हम लोग अभी नहीं देख रहे हैं, but in virtual mode you are here, and we wish shortly you will visit our campus and bless the students. Over to Malik sir. Before that, Jayantu sir will welcome you formally. Jayantu sir.
Sir.
So it is our great pleasure to invite one of the very senior mining engineer in India, working with the biggest open cast mines in northern coalfields, who happened to be one of my colleague in conducting Ministry of Coal projects in NCPH 3 mine, along with JP Gupta Sahab and the team when Mr. U. Kumar was CMD. That is nothing but the cable bolting method, thick seam mining, when there were imported technologies which were proved to be failure, like blasting gallery and other methods. With these few words, now I invite once again our Malik Saab to and deliver his guest of honor lecture, so that our young students will be enlightened with the future needs. Already they got a very good observations by our PM Prasad Saab, who is a number 1 in Coal India. And now over to Malik, please.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Professor Jayantu sir, Professor G.K. Pradhan sir, all the distinguished delegates present in the auditorium, professors and dear students. I feel elevated to have been invited to this conference. Somehow I couldn't make it to SATNA, but really I am indebted to Professor G.K. Pradhan sir and Jayantu sir. Jayantu sir has made me go back to the old days when I was there with him, and I can say that rocks can talk, and this thing we can learn from Professor Jayantu and Professor G.K. Pradhan sir. I remember those days when we used to enter the mines, say something at 8 a.m. and used to come out at 4 p.m. There I used to be with Professor Jayantu and with all the instrumentations and closely observing the changes occurring in the strata, the borehole extensometers, the strain gauges, and for measuring of the strains in the rocks. Number of instruments were installed there, and we used to be there observing the different the different parameters which changed due to the overburden pressure and rock pressure. So I remember that I learned many things from Professor Jayantu, his dedication and his guidance, so that we could make this indigenous method of French blasting gallery method successful. First time in NCPH old mine in India, and thereafter we installed these remote controlled SDLs first. Those were the cable remotes, and then radio remotes were also installed, and cable bolting used to be such a wonderful technique. Though initially we met with certain failures, but with time we became expert in it, and it was very successfully implemented in those mines. So thank you very much, Professor Jayantu sir, to have been invited, to having been invited me to this wonderful audience here. See, being a person from coal, I remember some 8 lines from song of Bhag Milkha Bhag. The song says something that कोयला काला है, चट्टानों में पाला है, अंदर काला बाहर काला, पर सच्चा है साला. These are some of the lines of for coal. See, we do business in coal, and our business is to provide this country the purest coal so that we can sustain the energy requirements of our country. Being in NCL, we are having some of the largest open cast mines. Giant project is there, then Nigai project is there, and we are marching our journey from say meager 30 or 40 million tons to now we are doing about 136 million tons this time we would be doing, and next year we are poised for doing 140 million tons. We are having the largest fleet of drag lines, 23 drag lines. We are deploying 20 cubic meter shovels, and in combination with those 20 cubic meter shovels, we are having 190 tonner dumpers. And then we have recently implemented the digitalization techniques for monitoring the fleet management system, the spare parts management system. Then we are utilizing this digitalization method for improving safety, enhancement of safety, for reducing the cycle time of our dumpers and shovels, so that we can achieve the best of capacity utilization. And presently we are doing it, and we are standing at something around 92% capacity utilization, which is the highest in case of CIL. So I would invite students from AKS University to come here and see our mines and learn a lot many things. Professor Pradhan has been closely associated with us. We get a lot of guidance from him, and he makes it a point to attend our ICOMS function, which is International Conference on Mining. So with this association with the professors in various universities, we enhance our knowledge also of a practical person, but the theoretical part, the innovative part, the ideas we get from the brains which are there in various universities and guiding the future generation of our mining students. Thank you very much once again, sir, for inviting me to this wonderful conference, and august audiences here who are present in the auditorium. I am really indebted to you for it, sir, and again many thanks to you, sir, for this invitation, sir. Thank you, sir.
मलिक सर नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. हमारा यूनिवर्सिटी के चेयरमैन सर, आपको क्या इसमें है यार? हाँ, ये ऑन हो गया. बोलिए सर, बोलिए. हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी के चेयरमैन सर आपको फॉर्मली इनवाइट करेंगे. आई इनवाइट आनंद जी टू प्लीज वेलकम Malik Saab. Is a very interesting personality, and I am sure he will keep his words to come here. Over to Anand ji.
Sir, मैं आपको विश्वविद्यालय में वर्चुअली इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उपस्थित होने के लिए पहले तो धन्यवाद दूंगा। और सिंगरौली एनसीएल से हमारा बड़ा क्लोज रिलेशन रहा है शुरू से, सारे बच्चे वहाँ जाते रहे हैं और आपकी एक्सपर्टीज़ का बच्चों ने बहुत फ़ायदा लिया है और आप लोगों ने उसको उदारता के साथ में दिया है। मैं आपको विश्वविद्यालय में आमंत्रित करता हूँ कि जब भी आपको समय हो यहाँ पर आकर के बच्चों को अपना आशीर्वाद ज़रूर प्रदान करें सर। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर, जरूर जरूर सर, इट विल बी माय प्लेजर।
आनंद जी, एक मिनट सर, हमारा छोटा सा टोकन ऑफ लव स्वीकार करें।
अभी वर्चुअली
गोडसे साहब का हाथ में हम आपके पास पहुंचा देंगे।
सर
क्विक क्विक। इधर इधर
सर, ये टोकन ऑफ लव आप भी उसको वर्चुअली ही अभी ग्रांट कर ले, बाकी यहाँ सर के थ्रू पहुँचा रहा हूँ सर मैं। आवाज़ आपकी आवाज़ बंद है सर।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, मैं यहाँ संपूर्ण रूप से इसको ग्रहण कर रहा हूँ।
जी थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। वील हैव 2-3 रिटर्न स्पीच। रिटर्न गिफ्ट होता है, अभी रिटर्न स्पीच के लिए मैं द्विवेद सर को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा थोड़ा संक्षिप्त में उद्बोधन दे। रिटर्न स्पीच है।
नमस्कार आप सबको। आदरणीय चेयरमैन सर, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी विराजमान अतिथि, सबसे पहले तो मैं बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा। आई विल गिव ए बिग थैंक्स to Professor Pradhan, who is such a dynamic person. I could see he is managing the show there, he is managing the students, he is managing the screen, everything he is managing, just standing at a place here. I have never seen him sitting throughout this program, and I'm so happy to see that there are such professors in the university who work like that.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I was looking at the back, you know, the persons who were, the students who were not somewhere they were not interested, maybe they got bored after so much of time. You know, 3 चीज़ें लाइफ में होती हैं, पेशेंस, परसिवरेंस और पैशन। अगर आपने पेशेंस से काम नहीं लिया ज़िंदगी के अंदर, अगर आपने पैशन से काम नहीं लिया ज़िंदगी के अंदर, और आपने अपने जो अतिथि आए हैं और जो सीनियर लोग हैं उनको नहीं सुना, तो आप बहुत कुछ खोएंगे लाइफ में। एक बार रामचंद्र जी भी जब रावण के सामने थे तो वो भी घबरा गए थे, और उस टाइम में उनका पैशन काम आया। आपने रोहित शर्मा को खेलते हुए देखा होगा, आपने विराट कोहली को खोलते हुए देखा होगा। जब वो कहीं बैठे होते हैं कितना पैशन होता है उसमें। विराट कोहली को से कोई बात नहीं, एक उस वक्त जो है उनको एक सूर्य का पाठ करना पड़ा ताकि उनमें एक शक्ति आए। मैं आज यहाँ पे उपस्थित हूँ। आई एम जस्ट स्टैंडिंग हेयर बिकॉज फॉरेनर्स आर देयर, सो आई हैव टू स्पीक अ बिट इन इंग्लिश, you know, in Sanskrit there is a word called as Chitijal Pavan Gagan Samira Panch Tat se bana Adham Sharira. The 5 elements, water, sky, and all the 5 elements which we have, our body is made of that. And you know, when we say this, that means there should not be any kind of imbalance or disbalance in that. If you have imbalance or disbalance in that, your K, which is the constant, the permanent constant in every formula, you put a K, that K will be, wipe out, it will change. So as the climate is changing, global warming is coming up. And when I listened to earlier in the morning, I listened to the chairperson, Coal India Limited. he was also telling that you have to change yourself and you have to change your strategies towards the imbalancing of this climate change. He told you about coal gasification, the syngas which is going to come up. We, in my place, after having 2 vice chancellorships and professorships, I am now myself shifting towards the net zero studies, and we are just now trying to make a program called as net zero carbon program. Because all the students should understand that by 2037 and by 2070, you have to be net zero. Net zero का मतलब यह है आपके पास कितनी जॉब्स हैं. उन जॉब्स के लिए आपको अगर तैयारी करें, जैसे कि आपके प्रोफेसर बताते हैं, उन जॉब्स के लिए आपको तैयारी करनी है तो नेट ज़ीरो कार्बन के बारे में जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है, सस्टेनेबिलिटी के बारे में जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है. और इसको जानने के लिए आपको ये पढ़ाई अभी से करनी शुरू कर देनी चाहिए. एनवायरमेंटल सोशल गवर्नेंस जो है वो ये बताता है कि एक आदमी को खुद क्लाइमेट चेंज में जो वो नुकसान पहुंचाता है उसको कैसे कम से कम करना चाहिए. तो मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा, मेरा यही कहना है आपसे कि पैशन से काम करिए, पढ़ाई करिए, मस्ती के टाइम पे मस्ती करिए, पैशन से पढ़ाई करिए और उत्तीर्ण होइए और देश का भला करिए. धन्यवाद.
मूर्ति साहब.
Namaskar. Dignitaries on the dais and out the dais, and ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students, it has been a great, event since the morning, and we are seeing, many things happening and many things being told. I think I don't have to say especially anything now. I think most important things, I think the 3 P's, I think that's what I liked actually, and we have been following that, most of us. And if you want to reach, your goal, probably you have to have, patience and perseverance and, passion. I don't want to again further say much. Only thing is, the education has to become the pioneer of change, as has been mentioned by the Vice Chancellor. And I got impressed actually listening to, uniting the boundaries and all the concept. And I'm sure the young generation has a lot of potential. And if we have a good connect between, the experience and the energy, I'm sure we can make, a beautiful country. And sustainable and safe mining is the mantra, today. If you want to see that mining industry thrive, and as you know that, what you can't grow, you have to mine. So mining has to be there. It will be there. And I'm sure with the technology that's, taking, leaps and all, and the young minds, taking over the technologies, I'm sure we can make a very good Bharat, Vikasit Bharat. Thank you.
From the industry, Giri साहब. मैं थोड़ा ISM का भी थोड़ा lenient हो जाता हूँ. गिरी साहब is also my junior in Indian School of Mines. गिरी साहब.
Namaskar. First of all, I am overwhelmed to see that in the small city like SATNA, which has been a very spiritual place, Chitrakoot nearby, and Tamsa river nearby. Amongst this, there is a lamp called AKS University, who is illuminating the country and the world through its academic excellence. I thank you, Sir, Chancellor Saab, and all the academic faculty. To name a few, I know Dr. Pradhan, Dr. Jayantu Sir. उनके बारे में यही कह सकता हूं कि अपने महफिल में लाखों दिए जला लो, लेकिन रोशन तो हमारे आने से ही होगी. तो इस तरह के जब शख्सियत हमारे पास रहते हैं, हमारे सामने रहते हैं, तो हमें बड़ा इत्मीनान रहता है कि कोई भी आयोजन किसी भी लेवल का हो, इट कैन बी डन विद एक्सीलेंस. कमिंग टू द टॉपिक सेफ्टी एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी, To be sustainable, we have to be safe. And to be safe, we have to be sustainable. सर ने अभी उपनिषद से बातें कही. I also want to say a sloka in Sanskrit that says, Bhumirapo analo vayur vayam mahakara evacha yasya rupam namasyami bhavanta brahma sangityam. That is, these 5 forces has to be conserved. Like air has to maintain its purity, water has to be as pure that 30 years back we used to take water from the river and used to drink it. I think all the last generation people or people from my generation, they must be remembering while playing at the bank of river, we used to drink river water. And a fertile land. So these are the things when we were attending the convocation of our college, we had taken an oath that we will not do anything which contaminates air, water and fertile land. So that is the purpose of today's and another 3 days. We will work on safety and sustainability. और जो हमारे यहाँ AKS यूनिवर्सिटी में इन ब्रिलियंट फेसेस जो कल के भावी इंजीनियर्स, साइंटिस्ट एंड द गाइड ऑफ द फ्यूचर इंडिया, सर वाज टेलिंग इंडिया हैज टू बिकम ए डेवलप्ड, विकसित भारत. तो विकसित भारत के एम्बेसडर्स को मैं देख रहा हूँ और इनको देख करके इतना ऊर्जावान महसूस करता हूं. और मुझे याद आती है पंक्तियां कि लपक के जलते थे बिल्कुल सरारे जैसे थे, नए नए जो थे तो हम भी तुम्हारे जैसे थे. तो स्टूडेंट्स के बारे में मैं यही कहूंगा सर कि दे आर नॉट द एम्प्टी वेसल्स टू बी फिल्ड बट दे आर द कैंडल्स टू बी लिट. और इनोवेशंस के लिए साथियों, इफ वी हैव टू बिकम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब, इंडिया हैज टू डेवलप, देन वी हैव टू गो फॉर ए फ्रूगल सॉल्यूशन. वी हैव टू गो फॉर लेस कॉस्टली सॉल्यूशंस. वी हैव टू गो फॉर इंटीग्रेटिंग ब्राउन फील्ड विथ ग्रीन फील्ड. दैट मीन्स वी हैव टू use the latest technology like Industry 4.0, IoT. Then only we will be able to, India will become truly developed and truly sustainable. In SAIL, today I have got award, sir, I will take 2 minutes. This award goes to my company which has given me this ample opportunity to fail. Generally, we fear failure. But gentlemen, unless you fail, you have not taken any challenge. Einstein has said that every difficulty has got opportunity and every opportunity has got difficulties. So gentlemen, we should not fear, we should take decisions. और कहा गया है, यहाँ पे मैं एक बार और कहूँगा आप लोगों सबों से कि हमें वर्तमान में जीना सीखना है. We have to live in the present. That is what Sri Krishna told Arjuna in Kurukshetra. Arjuna was confused. Sri Krishna said, which I will say that you have to live in the present moment. I am forgetting that sloka. If it comes to my mind, I will share. But my only thing to my younger students is that, see, our basic, in Riga Veda has said, the life we have considered has aptly been called as hypnosis of social conditioning. Einstein told is an illusion. The physical life, the physical world we live in is just like illusion. It always drags us to the past. So unless we leave the past, we cannot face the future. So मेरी 2 पंक्तियां हैं कि अतीत जो बीत गई वो गाथा है, जो बीत गई वो गाथा है, पास्ट इज ए स्टोरी एंड भविष्य सभी को भाता है, फ्यूचर इज इमेजिनेशन, पर जीत उसी की होती है जिसे वर्तमान में जीना आता है। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, वी मस्ट लर्न टू लिव इन प्रेजेंट। और मैं अंत में पुनः इस अच्छे आयोजन के लिए समस्त हमारे जो लोग इस संस्था से और इस आयोजन से डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली जुड़े हुए हैं, उनके लिए बस यही कहता हूं, और इस आयोजन के लिए कि दीपक हूं, जलता रहूंगा, जब तक लौ है अंधेरे से लड़ता रहूंगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच AKS यूनिवर्सिटी। इट वॉज माई प्राउड प्रिविलेज to be here, to be with you, to spend some time amongst these young faces. I also feel very energetic. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू गिरी साहब। गिरी साहब का माइंड ब्रिटिश जमाने के है। झा साहब, आपका अटेंडेंस एब्सेंट हो गए, आप गुरुजी के सामने आप लेट आ रहे हैं। लास्ट on this series of these awards, I invite our industry friend Rao sir to say few words.
Hello. Namaskar. All the distinguished dignitaries on dais, silence please. Of the dais, I feel privileged to be part of this function and the award ceremony. And my special thanks to the center of gravity of our mining industry, to Professor G.K. Pradhan. I think we should give a big clapping for Professor G.K. Pradhan. I am seeing him for last 3 decades, how dynamic he is in organizing such kind of events where if you see the summary is only knowledge sharing. I am also very, very thankful to the Chancellor and Chairman of AKS University, all the professors sitting here and the students in particular, those who are the future of our nation. I must tell you one thing, that the ancient economist Kautilya has very clearly stated the real economy of any geography is squarely depending upon the natural assets, not any other assets. And the natural assets, that mineral is one of the greatest natural asset, and we should all feel proud that the God has chosen all of us to take care of that natural assets and to extract that natural assets for the development of the nation as a large. किसी ने पूछा कि साहब किसी संत से कि ये भव सागर से पार होने के लिए हमको क्या करना चाहिए, तो संत ने बहुत बढ़िया जवाब दिया कि जिस दिन तुमको संत और दस्यु डाकू के अंदर दोनों के अंदर नारायण दिखाई देंगे, उसी दिन तुम्हारे मतलब तुम ये सोच लो कि तुम भवसागर से पार हो जाओगे। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि जो हमारे माइनिंग जो चैप्टर है माइनिंग सेफ एंड सस्टेनेबल, तो हम जो माइनिंग इंजीनियर हैं, जो माइनिंग फ्रैटर्निटी से बिलोंग करते हैं,
जिस दिन हमें माइनिंग और सस्टेनेबिलिटी के बीच में कोई अंतर दिखाई नहीं देगा और हम इस तरह माइनिंग करेंगे कि माइनिंग बिकम सस्टेनेबल, तभी हम एक सक्सेसफुल माइनिंग इंजीनियर हो के अपने डायरेक्शन से डेस्टिनेशन तक, फ्रॉम शुरू से अंत तक हम पहुंच पाएंगे। हम और ज़्यादा नहीं कहना चाहेंगे क्योंकि मेरे से पहले सभी ने इसके ऊपर, माइनिंग के ऊपर बहुत कुछ आलोकपात किए हैं और हम सब जानते हैं कि माइनिंग इज़ द मदर इंडस्ट्री। लेकिन जो स्टूडेंट्स इन पर्टिकुलर यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, जैसे साहब ने बोला कि आप में पेशेंस, पैशन एंड परसिवियरेंस, these are the three basic elements that you need to inculcate in your DNA, in your character, to become a very successful mining engineer, and at least not at your individual level, but you can contribute something towards the nation. I would say that you have to also inculcate that the discipline, and you know that without direction, that you should have the magnitude as well as the velocity, but the direction must be known, that start everything with an end. The objective should be very, very clear, and one should be dedicated and devotional, and there will be always a diversities. But if you have discipline, dedication, devotion, direction, you can always come over the diversities and reach to the destination successfully. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for giving me an opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
ये अभी हम लोग यहाँ पर ब्रेक करेंगे. There will be a small presentation of cultural event by students, 10 to 12 minutes. बाकी हमारी जो डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट अभी हमको उद्बोधन नहीं दे पाए डिफरेंट सेशन में, उन्होंने हमको अपने एक्सपीरियंस बताएंगे. इसी के साथ आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू प्लीज ज्वाइन अस ऑन द ऑफ द डॉस.
Thank you, sir. Now, our students of Computer Science, AKS University, are going to present some of the culture event in front of you. So, in this event, first is Divya Gupta from 4 BTech Computer Science. Divya Gupta, please come on the stage.
Hello.
Hello. After this 10-12 minutes break, vote of thanks के बाद we'll go for the inauguration of the expo. गाना गाना गाना.
चंचल हवा कहा तो दिलों ने कि मिलकर कभी हम न होंगे जुदा. ये रातें ये मौसम नदी का किनारा ये चंचल हवा. चांदनी ये चंचल हवा। सितारों की महफिल में करके इशारा, सितारों की महफिल में करके इशारा, कहाँ पे तो सारा जहाँ है तुम्हारा। मोहब्बत जवा हो खुला आसमां हो, करे कोई दिल आरज़ू क्या। ये रातें ये मौसम नदी का किनारा, ये चंचल हवा। कसम है तुम्हें तुम मगर मुझे से रूठे, कसम है तुम्हें तुम मगर मुझे से रूठे। रहे सांस जब तक ये बंधन न टूटे, तुम्हें दिल दिया है ये वादा किया है, सनम मैं तुम्हारी रहूंगी सदा। ये रातें ये मौसम नदी का किनारा, ये चंचल हवा। ये रातें ये मौसम नदी का किनारा, ये चंचल हवा।
Thank you, Dika, for a very nice performance. Now, I request Tulsi Tripathi from 4 MCA to please come on the stage for the next performance. Tulsi Tripathi.
परदेसिया, आओ पधारो रे ग म ग प रे म प द प ब नि रे ग म ग ग रे ज नि ज रे रे म म प प द द प नि रे रे ज नि रे रे ग प ब ब द नि द प म ग रे ग रे स नि स रे रे ग न तो मैया की मेरी नाही फागुन की हरी नहीं कुछ दूसरा न भाई रे जब से नैना जाके एक धनुर भर से लागे तब से बिरहा मोहे सताए रे न तो मैया की मेरी नहीं फागुन की हरी नहीं कुछ दूसरा न भाई रे जब से नैना जाके एक धनुर भर से लागे तब से बिरहा मोहे सताए रे दुविधा मेरी सब जग जाने दुविधा मेरी सब जग जाने जाने ना मेरे मोहिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया गई पनघट पर वरन वरन पनिया दीवानी गई पनघट पर वरन वरन पनिया गवा बाबा रे ग म सरी ग रे सनी सा नि सरी सा सा ग रे ग रे सनी सा म ग म ग म रे ग म ग रे नि सा रे रे म म ब ब रे म ग रे म ग रे सा गई पनघट पर वरन वरन पनिया दीवानी गई पनघट पर वरन वरन पनिया नमक तेरे वाल से मुरझत हुई रहनिया बनी रे बनी मैं तेरी जोगनिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया
Thank you, Tulsi, for a very melodious performance. Now, next group is Pooja and group from 4 BTech Artificial Intelligence. Pooja and group.
चल छैया 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 चल छैया 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 चल छैया 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 चल छैया 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 चल छैया 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 चल छैया 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 सारे इश्क की छाँव चल छैया छैया सारे इश्क की छाँव चल छैया पाँव जन्नत चले चल छैया छैया पाँव जन्नत चले चल छैया चल छैया 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 छैया
ठुमक ठुमक जब हिट जाए तू पहाड़ी बटमा छम छमा पायल घुंघरू बजन त्यार कुटमा लाल प्यार कंगना हाथ में चूड़ी छनहरा लाल प्यार कंगना हाथ में चूड़ी छनहरा चुनरी तेरी आए हाय चुनरी तेरी चमकनी गुलाबी शरारा अरे चुनरी तेरी चमकनी गुलाबी शरारा तेरी बातों में बैठे ही बैठे मैंने दिल खो दिया तेरी बातों में समझा जिया बैठे ही बैठे मैंने दिल खो दिया रात बेरन हुई पूरी साथिया एक हालत मेरी हाल कर दिया हाय रे जन्नत सजाई मैंने तेरे लिए, छोड़ दी खुदाई मैंने तेरे लिए, जन्नत सजाई मैंने तेरे लिए, छोड़ दी खुदाई।
Thank you. Thank you, Pooja and group. Now, in this series, next is Ayan and group from 2 BTech Artificial Intelligence. They are performing a group act.
तो आपके सामने प्रस्तुत है यूनिवर्सिटी के 4 साल, जिसमें हम आपको बताएंगे कि हर एक साल किन किन हालातों से होकर गुजरता है। धन्यवाद। जब टॉपर एंटर करते हैं अपनी क्लास में,
पापा कहते हैं बड़ा नाम करेगा, बेटा हमारा ऐसा काम करेगा, मगर ये तो कोई न जाने कि मेरी मंजिल है कहाँ।
तब एवरेज स्टूडेंट एंटर करते हैं क्लास में,
हाय हिलने नचे ता तू बड़ी जच्चे, हाय हिलने नचे ता तू बड़ी जच्चे। Yeah, the meat bros, just tell me, I'm you wanna sing एक एक ठुमके पे 100 तालियां, हिले जब लक मेरा हिलती है बालियां, एक एक ठुमके पे 100 तालियां, हिले जब लक तेरा हिलती है बालियां, 24 घंटे मुंडे रहंदे मेरे आगे पीछे, हाय हिलते नचे ता तू बड़ी जच्चे, हाय हिलते नचे ता तू बड़ी जच्चे।
जलवा है हमारा।
हमारी एंट्री यार दिल में बजी घंटी यार, टंग टंग किसी कमेंट्री यार। हाँ यहाँ कदम कदम पर लाखों हसीनाएं हैं।
उठ 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 उठ, नालायक, किसी योग्य नहीं हो तुम।
बहुत तकलीफ होती है जब आप योग्य हो और लोग आपकी योग्यता ना पहचाने, बहुत तकलीफ होती है।
जब इंटर करते हैं बैक बेंचर,
राइफल दिखा के मुशायरे लुटिए, ऊपर से कूद के आज टूटिए, काली सी बोतल में रंगीन भर के खा, हाँ उड़दा पंजाब, हाँ उड़दा पंजाब।
हेलो बच्चों, एम आई ऑडिबल ना? ओके, सो तो मैं हूँ आपका एचओडी और मैं आपको पढ़ाऊंगा C++, ठीक है?
सर आपको तो असाइनमेंट लेना था ना।
ए पागल औरत, ये पकड़ पकड़ मेरे को, ये जानती नहीं है कि मैं कौन हूँ। ये पकड़ना रे बाबा।
आप प्लीज शांत रहो, हल्ला मत करो। आप इंडिया की बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रहे हो, इस बात का ध्यान देना है। और ध्यान देना है कि आप कॉलेज में नहीं पढ़ रहे, आप यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रहे हो। कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी में बहुत अंतर होता है। सो फील प्राउड कि आप AKS यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रहे हो और आप AKS फैमिली का एक हिस्सा हो।
सर मेरा असाइनमेंट कंप्लीट है।
एक्सक्यूज मी ब्रदर, असाइनमेंट कॉपी मिलेगा क्या?
150 रुपया लेगा।
नहीं चाहिए, अपने पास ही रखो।
असाइनमेंट के दिन रात 12 बजे।
कंफ्यूजन ही कंफ्यूजन है, सॉल्यूशन कुछ पता नहीं, सॉल्यूशन जो मिला था सारा क्वेश्चन क्या था पता नहीं। दिल जो तेरा बात बात पे घबराए, दिल पे रख के हाथ उसे तू फुसला ले, दिल इडियट है प्यार से उसको समझा ले, होठ घुमाओ सीढ़ी बजा के बोल भैया ऑरेंज।
भाई इसमें तो मजा आ रहा है भाई। असाइनमेंट छोड़ो, चलो यही करते हैं।
Thank you, IIN Group, for such a wonderful performance. After this, last but not the least, next performance of Hani Agarwal from 4 BTech AI. Hani Agarwal.
मुसाफिर हूँ मैं दूर का, दीवाना हूँ मैं धूप का, मुझे ना भाए ना भाए ना भाए छावे।
मनवा लागे ओ मनवा लागे, लागे रे सावरे, लागे रे सावरे, ले तेरा हुआ जिया का जिया का जिया का ये गाँव रे। ऐसी वैसी बोली तेरे नयनों ने बोली, जाने क्यों मैं डोली, ऐसा लगे तेरी होली मैं तू मेरा।
तूने बात खोली कच्चे धागों में पिरोली, बातों की रंगोली से ना खेलूं ऐसे होली मैं ना तेरा।
किसी को तो होगा ही तू, क्यों ना तुझे मैं ही जीतूं।
खुले खामों में जीते हैं बावरे।
मन के धागे ओ मन के धागे, धागे पे सावरे, धागे पे सावरे, है लिखा मैंने तेरा ही तेरा ही तेरा ही तो नाम रे। रस बुंदिया नयन पिया रास रचे, दिल धड़ धड़ धड़के शोर मचे, यूं देख सेक सा लग जाए, मैं जल जाऊं बस प्यार बचे।
ऐसे डोरे डाले काला जादू नैना काले, तेरे में हवाले हुआ सीने से लगा ले आ मैं तेरा। ओ दोनों धीमे धीमे जले, आजा दोनों ऐसे मिले, जमीन पे लागे ना तेरे ना मेरे पाँव रे।
मनवा लागे, मनवा लागे, लागे रे सावरे, लागे रे सावरे, ले तेरा हुआ जिया का जिया का जिया का ये गाँव रे। रूह में तेरे नैनों की नैनों की नैनों की छाव रे। तेरा हुआ जिया का जिया का जिया का ये गाँव रे। तेरा हुआ जिया का जिया का जिया का ये गाँव रे।
Artificial Intelligence, BTech Computer Science, MCA, these all are organized by him. Now, I request Dr. B.K. Bhisha sir for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Pragya ma'am. Very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I like to extend my sincere thanks to our chief guest, our Chancellor Sri B.P. Soni ji. In the same sequence, I like to thanks Sri P.M. Prasad sir, Chairman CIL, who has spared his valuable time to grace this occasion. I would like to thank our guest of honor, Sri B.R.V. Sushil Kumar ji, DMG Telangana, and Professor R.P. Tiwari ji, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Punjab, for the blessing his occasion, and our students also. At the same sequence, I like to thank our distinguished guest, Sri R.K. Raut ji, Deputy ED Dalmia Cements, Sri S. Katur ji, Director Operation Triveni Earth Movers, Sri B.K. Giri ji, ED Mines Cell, Professor BMSR Murthy sir, Professor in IIT Dhanbad, and my Guru Professor C.S. Dubey ji, Delhi University,
At the same time, I am sincerely thankful to our Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor Sir, VC Sir, Pro-Vice Chancellor Academics and Pro-Vice Chancellor Development of AKS University for their active encouragement, meaningful suggestions without which this event could not have been made successful. I am also thankful to the estimated delegates from India and abroad also, who have not only shared their valuable knowledge, but also made this event a most successful one. In the same chain, I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the Dean, all HODs of the universities, directors of universities, and the senior faculties from all the departments, including mining, for their active involvement in this event. Thanks are also due to the volunteers, all students, press, and media persons who have spared their time and given a wide coverage of this event. Last but not the least, thanks are due to all those who have contributed directly or indirectly in making this event grand success. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Now, after this thanks speech, Expo inauguration is there in B block ground. So all the delegates and guest students also requested to reach the B block lawn for the Expo inauguration. Thank you so much, sir. Pragya ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries, students, everybody to move to B block ground for the Expo inauguration.
Which is an interesting topic of recent
Thank you.
times.
Do you see my screen?
Not yet, now they are trying now. Yeah, your screen is visible now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please go ahead, Dr.
Is it okay?
Yes, it is clear.
Okay. So, colleagues, rock crushing at ore processing plants is one of the most energy consuming technology of mining industry, and billions of kilowatts per hour are spent annually to crush mine rocks up to grade size composition optimal for further processing and extraction of the valuable component from the ore. The question is, does anything similar take place in any natural process, in any natural phenomena? And I want to present you rock avalanches, natural phenomenon associated with fast and efficient crushing of the enormous amount of rock mass. Rock avalanche can be defined as an extremely rapid, massive, cataclysmic laminar flow of fragmented rock converted from a large rock slide. They occur in high mountainous regions almost all over the world and usually originate when volume of the initial rock slide that converts into rock avalanche exceeds 1 million cubic meters. And what should be, I want to point out, they originate regardless of types of rocks involved. And the most typical characteristic features of these natural phenomena is the intensive fragmentation along with clear evidence of massive laminar-like flow of dry fragmented debris. Evidence of such processes can be observed in the deposits of rock avalanches, regardless of the morphology of their travel path, of those with an extremely long runout, and of those that form rather compact blockages. And deposits of all rock avalanches are characterized by dual structure with intensively fragmented internal lower part of the deposits, the so-called body faces, covered by coarse blocky carapace. Sometimes the basalt facies can be identified at the base of the deposits. Besides, there are some evidence that harder rocks like gneiss or granite or hard limestone crush at a larger extent than rather weak neogene conglomerates. And I want to present you some examples. It is the rock avalanche at Lower Akkyol in the Tian Shan, about 30 million cubic meters in volume, in weak neogene conglomerates. And on top, you can see it is covered by huge blocks of conglomerates up to 5-10 meters in size. While the internal part of this body is composed of the homogeneous internal part of this rock avalanche into mixture of pebbles and sandy silty material that had formed the matrix of conglomerates. Just a moment. And here is another example. Giant Köfels rock avalanche in the Austrian Alps, about 2-3 cubic kilometers in volume, in rather hard gneiss. And here we can see the big boulders on top of the body. And here we can see intensively fragmented gneiss in the internal part of the deposits. One more example, this time in granite. It is dual, it also have dual internal structure of the dissected deposits of the Bighorn rock avalanche in central Tian Shan. And if you will look on this outcrop, you see bouldery carapace on top, overlying intensively fragmented internal part, and all material originated from the same rock, from granite. And here on the opposite bank of the valley, we can see this rock avalanche outcrop overlying the pre-avalanche scree, also from the same granite. And we can see that rock avalanche debris is strongly fragmented and it is much more compact than this scree. It was found that coarse bouldery carapace can be just, let's say, one boulder thick, as we can see at the Great Almaty Lake rock avalanche in Kazakhstan. It is the composition of its surface near its front. It is composed of huge blocks of gneiss, but in the small outcrop, in the small quarry, we can see the cross-section of these deposits, and we can see that big boulders form just a thin layer on top, and below material, same lithological material, is fragmented at a very high extent. Some more examples. Crushed hard gneiss of the mini Köfels rock avalanche deposits in central Tian Shan, resting on the alluvial gravels. And we see that it is a homogeneous, very intensively fragmented material. Same can be seen in the granite rock avalanche that was formed in 1992 during Susamir earthquake in Tian Shan. We see that on top it is covered by big boulders, by big blocks, while internal eroded part is much more fragmented and almost homogeneous. Here on this plot, we can see some grain-sized composition of the body and basal facies on several rock avalanches in Central Asia and in Caucasus. Basal facies where there were no one particle larger than 1 millimeter, and the body facies also very intensively fragmented. And it is a description of rock types and how samples were prepared for measurements. Another critically important characteristics of rock avalanche deposits is absence of debris mixing, both in cross-section and in plan view. And we can see it very well in cases when a headscarp area is composed of different types of rocks. Sorry. It is the giant Cocomarin rock avalanche, and scheme of its formation. Different types of rocks were involved. And despite very complex trajectory of its motion, we can see on the next slide, let's have a look, that intensively fragmented metasediments, this one gray unit, and intensively fragmented granite pink unit are not mixed at all, and they remain in the same relationship as they was originally in the headscarp area. One more example, the Inilchek rock avalanche deposits with distinct layer of debris. First, there was one rock avalanche from the left bank of the river in limestone, and then it was overlain by another one from right bank of the river. It is the boundary between them, and we can delineate several lithological units in the deposits, and here also in the outcrop. On top, it is black limestone debris. Below, it is intensively fragmented granite debris. Same phenomena, preservation of the host rock mass structure, combined with intensive fragmentation, can be observed in plan view. It is rock avalanche in the Chinese Tian Shan, and we can delineate each layer in the deposits that can be identified in the source zone. Very well visible. One more example from Pamir. Very large rock avalanche, about 1 cubic kilometer in volume, formed this huge body with several zones quite definitely delineated in the deposits. And if we will have a closer view, we can see that each layer in this intensively fragmented body can be traced at a distance of more than 1 kilometer, especially like this one, for example. Same events can be found in Himalayas in India too. It is the Kanodia Ghat rock avalanche in the upper reaches of the Bhagirathi River Valley. It originated here on high slope, then turned and came out into Bhagirathi Valley. And here in the outcrop, again, we see unmixed layers, unmixed units of intensively fragmented debris. Based on these field observation and on lab experiments, it is assumed that fragmentation within the body facies occurs not due to repeated collision of separately moving clasts, as for example in rock falls or in rotating industrial mills, but most likely due to intensive pressure waves combined with shearing that cause formation of transient force chains where stress exceeds rock strength. And we should take in mind that the emplacement of rock avalanches when rock crushing occurs lasts from several tens of seconds up to several minutes, and thus the efficiency of comminution that takes place during their formation should be considered as extremely higher, much higher than during blasting and in the industrial mills. Thank you very much for your attention. Just a moment. So, did you hear me, colleagues?
Thank you very much, Dr. Alexander Strom, for a illustrative presentations giving in different places slope failures and avalanches. So this is a very good information for us, especially in India. We faced some of the biggest slope disasters recently. That is one to name, Raj Mahal of Eastern Coalfields Limited, where we lost about 23 persons. They buried under the slope failure. That is including your bench slopes and also overburden material. So this is a highly useful information for all of us, including our students. We have with us all students and very senior officials from industries and faculty scientists. So thank you very much for your nice presentation. Now we will move to the, if convenient to you, generally in keynote address we don't ask questions because you made it so clear, everybody understood. But still, just to have some interaction there, may I invite one to queries Dr. Stam from our audience, with your permission, please. Yeah. So now over to the delegates and audience, guests online and offline. You may ask any queries, if any. So it is so clear, nobody is having any doubt. And my observation already I told, because I was involved in many investigations related to the slope disasters, where even we could not remove even the bodies of whatever the dead bodies, right? So that is of that much importance. And I hope, being a geologist, you did the best whatever is possible. And I hope you are working with the mining team, and you may be giving some more better guidelines so that we can design very stable slopes in future, not only in your country, in other countries also. With this, I thank on behalf of our Indian Mining and Engineering Journal and AKS University and the whole team, organizing team of our international conference on safe and sustainable mining technology. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Stam, for your valuable time. And now we will be moving to the next speaker. Yes. Yeah. Now I request Sri D.N. Prasad Saab, who has been a very senior mining official in our central government, Ministry of Coal. He was advisor. So everybody knows about him, especially in India. So he has been pioneer in framing policies for our Ministry of Coal. With this short introduction now, I invite Sri D.N. Prasad Garu to please enlighten us with your keynote address, sir. Please. Prasad Garu, please.
Thank you, Professor Jayant. Good afternoon. So once again, my thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share some whatever knowledge I have with the audience of this August gathering. And the theme of the seminar being sustainable development, sustainable and safe mining technologies. I thought I should also emphasize, we all know what is mining and how a mineral is produced, but to that we have to add the new world order of living. New world order of living, and how we are going to really face this situation, because after some time people will question us why you have spoiled our lives. So that should not be the blot on our professionalism and our living in the years to come. So with these introductory words, you can see, yeah. So these are the big challenges what we are now facing in the world. You know, our world carbon emissions as per the latest estimates, they have crossed 37 billion tons out of the man-made operations. This is excluding the land use changes and all these things. These are the 2022 measurements available on the UNFCCC, UNDP, these websites. When compared to the pre-industrial levels, the same emissions were estimated to be around 0.2 billion tons, and today it is 37, and including the land usage changes and all these things, they are standing at around 42 billion tons of emissions, which is a huge order. And the cumulative estimate of these CO2 emissions as of 22, as of 23, they stand more than 1.5 trillion tons. Just we can imagine how we are going on adding to the kitty of the emissions by means of whether our interest or our ignorance, that we can say. And as a result, the average surface temperature of the earth, which used to be around 13.68 degrees Celsius in the pre-industrialization time, that is 1850 to 1950, this thing, it has now reached 14.98, almost 15 degrees Celsius. That means around 1.5 degrees Celsius we have already reached, though we have been harping on, I mean, this edition was in 2022 or 23. Actually, the target which was discussed in the Paris Convention was we should limit our rise in temperature of Earth's surface not more than 1.5, and worst conditions not more than 2. So that means with these 1.5 trillion tons of carbon dioxide emissions, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere, if you look at, which used to be around 275 parts per million during the pre-industrialization time, now it has reached to almost 415 ppm. So the way we are adding rapidly these pollutants to the environment, that speaks a lot. And we know that when coal is burnt and coal is used for different purposes, power generation or industrial purposes, it goes on releasing carbon dioxide. And we need to really address all such activities where usage of coal is made somewhat environmentally benign. Environmentally friendly, we have to do so. So we have already evidenced these temperature differences and all these things through frequent intensified heat waves, droughts, wildfires, floods, landslides, avalanches, other salinization of the coastal lines. So many destructions that have already taken place because of these enlarged or increased emissions during this industrialization period. So now coming to this, you know how the mining, the role of mining, if you look into this one, it's really, it emerges as a pivotal player, balancing its critical role in supporting our modern lifestyles with the pressing need for sustainable and responsible development. These resources are indispensable for our modern living and powering everything from electricity, transport, and technology to transportation. And as we are all aware, India, we are coal dominant in our energy economy, and reflecting a broader global reliance on this mineral, because globally also almost 20% of the primary energy supply is coal based, and more than 36% is electricity is generated using coal. So therefore, how do we balance our economic and social development needs with the imperative of environmental sustainability? That is the challenge one has to address. Now coming to this, what exactly we mean by sustainable development. So it is very clearly defined by the UN World Commission. What it says, it's about meeting our current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So that means this principle, it was reinforced in the Rio Declaration in first it was World Commission thing, then the World Summit of Sustainable Development, it has set global agenda for sustainability. In this framework, the mining sector, it was held a unique position. It has the potential to significantly contribute to the sustainable futures. So let us see how it is going to help us and what is the responsibility on the mining sector. We know that we have direct and indirect environmental and social impacts of mining. All these challenges of exploration, operation, closure. So these are the different problems which we face when we go for the mining of the minerals. Noise and air pollution, water contamination, displacement of wildlife, soil degradation. Excuse me. Please keep silence. Subsidence, underground fires, etc., etc. So, this impact of mining on our environment and communities is very, very significant, and it is multifaceted, as I mentioned. From the land use changes and habitat fragmentation to pollution and the challenges of mine operation and closure, the footprint of mining activities, it raises critical environmental concerns. We confront these realities and discussing the direct and indirect effects of mining operations. So the next important thing what we are talking about globally is how to decarbonize the economies. What are the pathways available for this aspect? So it represents, what is decarbonization? It represents vital path forward for the mining industry. It is achieving decarbonization means is embracing operational efficiencies, electrification and integration of renewable energy resources. These measures are not only environmentally imperative but increasingly economical as well. So when we explore these possibilities, we can also understand that mining is currently responsible for some 4 to 7% of GHG emissions as per the statistics available globally. And these are all scope 1 and scope 2, that is CO2 emissions from the incurred through mining operations and power consumption. They amount to around 1%, whereas the other rest of this 5 to 6% it is about from the methane emissions. So that is another big pollutant of environment which we have to deal with. So what are these innovations for low carbon technologies? How we are supposed to address these issues? What role mining can really play and help the countries in overcoming these challenges? As we were discussing, a greener future technology, it stands at forefront of this transformation. So these are the important things for the greener future. Innovations such as wind turbines, solar photovoltaics, electric vehicles, they're all leading the charge in our fight against the climate change. The mining industry plays a crucial role in this imperative and this narrative, and supplying the essential raw materials needed for these things, for these low carbon technologies. So here comes the role of mining. That means if we are talking about the decarbonization, so again there is a need of material which needs to be mined and processed and supplied to the industry so that they will also reduce their carbon emissions and we can help them. So this is a big cycle, this thing. So then coming to what is safer smarter and greener mining. Morning we were hearing Mr. Uday Kumar and other dignitaries who were talking about this climate change and the importance of that in the global economy today. So these are all the important things. What we are talking about is safety protocols and advanced technologies for hazard detection, digital transformation, machine learning, data analytics. Whatever data we are generating is to be captured, analyzed, and drawn, the lessons drawn from this one for taking actions towards reducing the carbon emissions. Adoption of these environment-friendly technologies and practices. These are the important things. So we'll have to integrate advanced safety protocols and leveraging digital technologies like machine learning, data analytics. We can enhance operational efficiency and worker safety. Furthermore, the adoption of environment-friendly technologies, they represent a critical step in mining sector's ecological footprint. Morning, we were also listening to ESG, the expert from South Africa. She was mentioning about how she is working on that one and what made them to her to reach this place because of these strategies. So in our quest for sustainability, the ESG framework that emerges as guiding star for the mining industry, that is environmental, social and governance factors, they offer a comprehensive approach to responsible mining. It emphasizes not only environmental stewardship but also social responsibility and ethical governance. So by adhering to these ESG principles, mining companies can navigate the complexities of sustainability, ensuring their operations positively impact both the planet and its people. So therefore, we'll have to really analyze how better we can carry the society with us without harming the interests of these communities living together or surrounding the operations which are bringing revenues to the companies or the governments. So when you analyze this, what are the risks and opportunities in decarbonization, how we are trying to push this net zero emission thoughts and mining role in transition to a sustainable future. Here what we are saying is, as we navigate the complex landscape of sustainable mining, we encounter both significant challenges and unprecedented opportunities. The global push for net zero emissions sets a bold agenda for all sectors, including mining. This transition presents risks such as operational and financial challenges, but also opportunities to innovate and lead the green economy. So wherever a replacement is possible, some other recycling is possible, these are the important things which one can look into. The mining industry is at a critical juncture with the potential to significantly contribute to the transition of sustainable future. So by embracing decarbonization and investing in green technologies, mining can not only reduce its environmental impact, but also secure a pivotal role in the global effort against climate change. Now coming to this, our typical problem, rather issue related to our country, as we know that coal is our mainstay of energy, and it is likely to continue for another 3 to 4 decades to come, and we have to take care of our energy needs. Development comes only after meeting the developmental imperatives, reducing poverty, making available education, health, blah, 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 everything, it needs energy. It is all energy driven. So if you look at these imperatives, despite the global shift towards renewables, coal remains the mainstay in India's energy supply. It highlighting the intricate balance between meeting the energy demands and achieving sustainability goals. The future of coal mining in India is not just about enhancing production efficiencies, but also about how this sector can adapt and evolve in the face of the country's ambitious transition to renewable energy sources. So that is the most important thing. Here these Yes, it shows even today more than 57% is the share of the coal in the primary energy supply, and more than 75% the electricity supply. So now what is that we are left with is, in conclusion, what we can say, our journey today has taken us through the vital role of the mining in our global economy, its impact on the environment, and the transformative potential of sustainable practices. As we look towards the future, it is clear that the path of greener future is both challenge and an opportunity for the mining sector. Embracing sustainability, investing in technology, and adhering to ESG principles, they are not just strategies for compliance, but they are imperatives for survival and success in the 21st century. This calls to action is not just for mining companies, but for all stakeholders, including governments, communities, and investors, to collaborate towards sustainable and prosperous future. Together, let's envision and work towards a mining industry that contributes positively to our planet's health and our collective well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable information to all our industries, faculty, students. Reiterating once again, advocating about the safer, smarter and green mining, which should be sustainable, so that we will prove that mining is not dirty mining, but it is useful, and we can do it green mining. So thank you very much, sir. And with your permission, may I ask somebody if they are interested? One query only. Acha, then, yeah, generally keynote address should not have any queries, because it is already, yeah. Thank you very much, sir, once again. Now, we have our speakers from different distances, and already it was accepted. And we confessed our limitation that our place is remote, so they have to leave. So now there is a small change. Our Dr. Karra Ramchandar will present now, because he will be leaving within few minutes. So his topic of presentation, which was scheduled in the last session, paper number 40, for those who are having the schedule with them, it is related to role of delay timing on blast performance. This is by M. Shashikiran, Satyanarayana, Raina, Ramchandar, and to say few words till his slide is projected. He is BTech from Kottagudem School of Mines 99. To his credit, MTech Rock Mechanics, IIT BHU, then PhD, then postdoc in University of Illinois, Chicago. And he has more than 100 publications, 8 R&D projects. And his BTech project was the best project in those days. With this brief introduction, now over to Dr. Karra Ramchandar, please.
Yeah, very good evening, one and all, and thank you for accommodating my lecture. And I know many senior people are sitting here. My presentation is role of delay timing on blast performance. Delay timing is not new. Blasting is not new to anyone. Blasting has been happening for the last 400 years. And as a blasting man, I fully confident that though many say there is alternative technology for blasting, blasting will be there as long as mining is there, because blasting is the fastest technology and the cheapest technology. So whatever the alternative comes, these two aspects, no other technology can compete, so it will continue. As a student, your teachers might have taught the basic, what are the factors influencing these things, blast geometry, explosives, initiating this, or all these things. Even today, less than 20% of explosive energy is going for useful work, and almost 80% is going as a side effects, unwanted problems. These unwanted problems are creating additional problems like ground vibration, so many other things. If your research can contribute even 1% improvement from negative effect to positive effect, that is going to be a big contribution in mining research. So coming to delay timing, I will not take much timing. See, delay timing can be achieved only with the help of an initiating device, because explosive will not have any delay timing, right? So starting from electric delay detonators, D-card with card relays, then shock tube detonators, then present day we came to electronic detonators. I have been working since my MTech days from IIT BHU on initiation system. In those days, this non-electric initiation system, or whatever we call it as a shock tube initiation system, was just early 90s it was introduced. At that point of time, why it was not so familiar? And we have done so many studies, and there are publications which are available online. You can study what are the advantages of shock tube initiation system over to detonating cord initiation system, because in those days 20-25 years back detonating cord initiation was very familiar. So at that point of time, and if I see back after 25 years, once again we are at the same situation. When we were doing my MTech and PhD, D card was costing around 6 to 7 rupees per meter bulk, and shock tube initiation was costing around 20 to 23 rupees per meter. So it is around 3 to 3.5 or 4 meters. Not per meter means when you buy in bulk. Today, and that's what it was difficult. It has taken a few years to use this shock tube initiation system. But today you go to any mine, mostly they are using non-L, whatever name you use, non-L shock tube, whatever it is basically it is same. Why the terms have come, I am not going into that story. Because there is not big difference between D cord and this, and because shock tube initiation, single hole initiation, every delay timing happens between consecutive holes, so ground vibrations will be less. So industry is adopting. Now what we are telling, forget about shock tube, also switch over to electronic initiation. Once again the same story, because electronic detonator will cost anywhere between 400 to 600 or 700 rupees, whereas shock tube is, if you buy bulk, even 12 rupees, 13 rupees also you get. So finally, whatever you are, where in mining they call general manager to general mazdoor to general manager, GM to GM. Always comparison comes once in money, always money plays the major role. So whatever research findings you present, industry is not convinced to use this system. So now if you see this again, the general parameters, influence, all these things we have discussed. See, now all other things, you can measure these things in the field easily, right? Say if blast performance is not good, the project officer will shout at the blasting in charge, you are not taking care. What is not taking care? Drilling accuracy, burden, spacing, quantity of explosive, everything can be measured in meters, kgs and these things. But how that person will measure delay timing? It is not in his control. Whichever is not in control, whether that has played a role or not also, he is not sure. So blast performance is not good. Blindly cannot say there's a delay timing which I have not measured. Right? So that's what I have put in a different color. There are various researchers reported that what should be the delay timing per meter. Under different conditions, especially different rock mass, they have reported. Most of the studies says delay timing of 2 to 5 milliseconds range per meter of burden. So if you take large open cast mines, the most of the times the shock tube initiation will come with a minimum of 8 millisecond delay. Right? 17, 25, 42, 65. These numbers, any number if you sequence, you connect, minimum of 8 millisecond difference will be there. So in that case, maximum 3 meter burden, or if you take even 2 seconds, maximum of 4 meter you can use. Right? 4 into 2, 8 meters should be enough. Right? So you have lot of research background, you have designed effectively delay timing, everything you have calculated and given, and you have conducted the blast. And these are the instruments like VOD monitor, ground vibration monitor and all those things. Nowadays means for the past 10 years we are using high-speed video camera earlier, which was not there, which was not easily available. But if you see now, the latest last 1 or 2 years, drone technology has come, which is more efficient and more accurate and which is much cheaper than high-speed camera. This camera we have purchased even 10 years back, spending around 18 lakhs. Today 3 to 4 lakhs you will get a good drone, and which can cover a live image from on the top of this. Whereas high-speed camera you will see only the front view. Right? Now just you see this, sorry. Just follow the sequence. Say First hole is not initiated. Somewhere inside first got initiated. As per the delay, the free phase side should blast first, right? The Borden movement should start from this. Suppose this record was not there with the blasting in charge. What happened? Somewhere the hole started initiated in the center of the blast. When the blast takes place in the center, there is no free phase. What happens? It has to move upside. The ejection of stemming zone, or which will leads to fly rock, wastage of energy, higher vibration and all those things. Right? So now you see some of the holes are going very tall. The stemming ejection might be high because of maybe improper stemming, and there's whatever you have put it on the blast design paper, it is not happening really, and no one has did any mistake there. The blasting in charge has taken care of all the things, but still it happened. Like that I have many videos, because it is a high speed camera, the each will have in terms of GB. So now you see the detonating cord and cord relay. Why detonating cord is not good, the shock tube is good, the left side is a shock tube, right side is a detonating cord. In case of detonating cord, stemming ejection takes place, wastage of energy, whereas left side, if you see non-hull blast, the horizontal movement, burden rock movement is much better. So in one of the, during one of the study, we have done a number of blasts and analyzed with this error in the delay timing. So delay timing error can be in the calculated on the surface, but in comes to in hole, only front row it is easy to calculate, because subsequent rows you cannot see the movement. So the error you see, most of the cases it is 40 to 80%, means which is supposed to blast at 34 milliseconds. If you take 40, 60, 80%, it may blast after 60 milliseconds, or it may blast around 20th millisecond itself. Means it is not blasting as per that. In some of extreme cases, there is an error of 300%. 300%, then what design you want? What you will do? Dead against your design it will go. So I have given a simple example here. The first one is what you wanted. 0, 17, 34, 51. If row to row 25, 42, 58, like that 71 it will continue, right? And most of the manufacturers openly they agree, hope there are no explosive manufacturers, they are there also, this is the truth, right? They say 10% variation is possible. Suppose 10%, this 34 is there, please listen properly, 34 has initiated 10% of plus error. 34, 10% is 3.4, 34 plus 3.4, instead of 34th millisecond, it initiated at 37.4. Now, which supposed to blast at 42, it suppose blasted at minus 10%. 42 minus 4.2 is 37.2. These two are coming within 80 millisecond now. So, as per our design, what it is, each hole is blasting at a time. So, you have basic USBM equation. I don't believe this equation, but because DGMS will not accept any other equation, we have to give. Because you calculate beyond 500 meter, the MCD will be in terms of thousands of tons, which is not possible. We also should switch over this blast ground vibration equations to new era, but still we are following this equation. Because we studied scale root distance, D by root W plays the role. Now as per the first, what is the charge per delay? Charge per hole. Now as per the second one, what happened? It has become 2 times. When definitely it becomes 2 times, vibration will be high. But you have kept instrument as per single hole initiation and expected that your PPV is less than 5 mm per second. Now on that day only DDMS or DMS came for site visit along with the scientific agency. On that day only it happened and vibration is more than 5 mm second. Then what the mind management think? This fellow doesn't know anything. Right? Actually what has happened? Something like this happened. It could happen anywhere. One example I have shown. So it is not possible so easily. So that's what, this is one of the major reason to switch over for electronic detonators. So we are doing one project funded by Ministry of Mines, develop guidelines using electronic. Electronic detonator can be initiated with a 1 millisecond difference. Any timing you can use, whatever. You want 23 is possible. With the existing systems, not possible. This is an ongoing study. Already some researcher has done laboratory scale means direct firing without conducting a blast. He has done some different logics he has used, found the error. Nowhere except the first one, nowhere the error is not more than 1 millisecond. So there is no possibility of inaccuracy of delay timing using electronic detonators. So over a period of time, as I told the story of decoder versus non-L, now the story is non-L versus electronic detonator, but one day it will become a reality. The electronic people, the manufacturers of electronic detonators should bring down the cost. All electronics are becoming cheap, but why not this? So at the same time, the mining industry should come forward to use it. They have to see the multiple benefits, not the direct cost. Hope you know McKenzie rule. 1 rupee, if you are saving 1 rupee in blasting, 3 rupees you will lose in drilling, loading and transport. That basic curve, hope you know. If that is possible, the research organizations or academicians, my seniors, Professor Murthy, Professor Pradhan, blasting experts are there, my previous generation. We are all there to help the industry and manufacturers to come to a standardization of electronics detonator for the better and safe and efficient blasting operations in future. Thank you one and all. Because I had to catch a train, that's what I requested the organizer kindly. Special thanks to Professor Pradhan and Professor Jayantu. Actually, Professor Jayantu was my BTech guide. Though not a direct teacher, it's like a teacher for me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramchandar, for a nice presentation and beautiful videos. So, I invite at least 1 or 2 questions, but that question should be either beautiful or sweet. Then we will go to the next keynote speaker. Any queries, please? 1 or 2? Yeah, please. Aye. So, कोई ले जाते हैं microphone? Anybody? Anybody helping us?
Sir, you are talking about basically electronic detonators. I am also mines manager, sir.
I am not supporting. I am
no, sir,
talking
no, sir,
only
no, sir.
technology point of view.
I am just asking advice from you.
Yes,
also, I am getting some advice. Sir, normal detonators are prone to lightning. They blast during lightning. This is a major issue. Does electronic detonators are not prone to lightning?
See,
Can I ask?
electric detonator and electronic detonator, if you put side by side, only tube, you cannot differentiate. Okay. So, difference is only delay timing.
Okay.
There will be a delay element inside any normal detonator. In this, there is a microchip. Except yes. Difference in playing the delay timing, remaining all are same.
Is microchip activated by lightning strikes? If they are activated, then
because
the problem will be
same.
same.
Should be there.
Okay, sir.
I think it
because I have asked a manufacturer, but he couldn't explain. And the cost of detonators are nowadays very cheap, sir. 275 rupees. What you are telling around 800, it is now 275.
Recently,
rupees.
some people have given free for us to do the trial
because
blast.
we are also trying to switch over to electronic detonators.
Yeah.
We are using presently non-L we are
market
using.
Price 400 to 600 rupees, and it also depends. Suppose like Singareni NCL, they buy 1 lakh detonator, cost will be different. If you buy 100 detonators, cost will be different, right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, because there are different manufacturer, different prices there.
Thank you, sir. This is a point of concern
Yes.
that needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a beautiful question. Any sweet question from anybody? Otherwise, with a sweet, observation. So recently we had the opportunity to conduct large tests about this performance of the explosives in Navi Mumbai. I was having a project to take out the Ulve Hills and make wonderful international airport for all you people whenever you go to Mumbai. I was doing that project. So there we have conducted hundreds, thousands of tests. And I support our Ramchandar with the observations what he made. So we have seen during that test these delay intervals. So even worse than that I have seen. So this is a very good topic, and I hope our manufacturers should improve their quality of manufacturing also. With this now I thank once again our Ramchandar for
Thank
a
you
nice
very much, sir.
presentation.
Thank
And
you
now we
Anyone,
go to
yes,
the...
you can mail me krc@nitk. Nowadays in Google, just type the name, all the profile will come, right? You can call, I can reply immediately. Thank you.
So once again, thank you very much for sparing your valuable time and traveling from such a wonderful place, Mangalore, to this remote place where our Sonys are trying to build a new country here. Now, over to the next keynote speaker with us, Dr. VMSR Murthy. To say a few words about him, he was my batchmate. We joined together in CMRS, joined together in CMRS, left CMRI together, right? He is from NIT Nagpur, 2006 batch, and MTech from ISM Mine Planning, PhD Mechanized Development in ISM, and he was a scientist, as I told you, for about 8 years in rock excavation and tunneling. Now he is a professor in IIT ISM, and his areas of research interests are mine development, underground space technology, rock excavation engineering. To his credit, he has more than 18 PhDs and 14 R&D projects, about 40 other projects, 198 technology reports, technical reports, 230 papers. And also he has contributed to our Made in India or Make in India, जिसमें share का figure लेता है, right? So where he developed a very good specialized rock testing equipment for tunnel boring mission. He was also head of the department mining and Dean International Relations and Alumni Affairs. And virtual reality related mine simulation he has done for the first time, funded by CIL. With this brief introduction, now over to our Murthy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Jain. I think it's difficult to hold on to after the afternoon session after having food actually. So let me try to quickly showcase some of the things that we have done through our research scholars. So in the last couple of years. So presentation. So this is the topic on which I've been asked to speak. Actually, I've been working on rock excavation related discipline for the last 2.5 decades. Initially, as Professor Jain has told, I started my career with Simfer, Nagpur, where we were working mostly on underground blasting for pull optimization in coal mines and tunnels, and in surface bench blasting, as Professor Ramchandra has already talked about. And after my doctorate, I moved to IIT ISM in '97, and then onwards I am continuing there. So this is the topic on which I will be speaking. So the recent research that we are doing in 2 sectors I am covering. One is coal sector, particularly the open cast mines, because the larger audience is from open cast mines today, and particularly coal. So I am covering one case study from Nigahi coal mines, where we did some long time experiments, and I also cover going from mines, beyond mines, I'm going to port sector, where India is now investing a lot of money in port deepening and widening. So we have actually scholars, working on these particular topics. We normally give a topic to the scholar which is relevant to industry, and work with the scholar and try to provide a solution. Yeah, next. So these are the 2 cases we are going to talk about. Next. So as you can see, we have multiple drag lines operating in NCL. Particularly NCL itself, holds a good number of drag lines, and apart from other subsidiaries of Coal India and Singareni. So dragline mining, basically is consisting of blasting of overburden rocks of a sizable thickness, which have many challenges in terms of fragmentation. So we will address that mainly, and then apart from that, we will also address on the vibration side also, because one of the important factor that causes concern is vibration. As my predecessor has talked about, like how do we delay the holes, because the hole sizes are pretty big here. That tons of explosive is getting into one single hole. Obviously the concern is also looms large. As you can see, I think coal mining is going to stay, as we have already heard from the CMD Coal India and other dignitaries, speaking about the sustenance of, coal as one of our primary energy source, and our standard of living or per capita usage also, you will see that, much lower. As you can see, it is somewhere very down here, India, and whereas, US is somewhere there. This is about electricity use, actually we are talking about per person. So you can see how much, we have to scale up so-called, the development or Vikasit that we want to look ahead. And as you know that the percentage contribution of coal is, though it is coming to be lower overall, but then the quantum of production would be remaining more or less same, as is going to peak up, by 2030 and all, as the technologists, predict. So that means it's needless to say that coal mining is going to be happening, and dragline mining particularly I'm going to focus, because that is one of the major mining methods in NCL. Next. As you can see, the problems that we normally face with dragline benches are being, the downmost, bottommost benches just above the coal being impermeable. So the entire water gets, accumulated in the last bench, that is overburden bench which is being handled by dragline, right? So wetness actually is one of the major reason why the stemming ejection, what we have seen in some of the blasting videos. Here also we'll see that. You can see here, this is the typical problem. Before, the onset of the movement or the burden, you'll find, may I request to maintain some silence in the auditorium, please. Thank you. You can see stemming ejection is one of the major issue. As I told you, the water is there, half the hole. Obviously, you have to dewater first, and then you try to put your explosive, then systematically you load the stemming material. And often we tend to use the same drill cuttings which are very soft, and that's, the least resistant, that it will provide. So in fact, that should not be the case. We should go for some better stemming material of, coarse material, which we have suggested. And one of the major problems the drag rope feels is, because of fragmentation issues. Many times the drag motor and the drag, chain, gets, snapped. And another important problem is, one of our scholars has worked on, like, how do we correlate this back brake and the extent of the back brake with respect to some instrumentation done on the benches. In fact, that is the core of the paper. So we divide the entire, study that we talk normally whenever I do study. You have some blast investigations, wherein we try to do some kind of face mapping and borehole scanning. These are some of the latest tools I'm trying to share, which we have procured through different, funding resources. And seismic refraction tomography, just to know the compactness and the cavities and the saturation of the material. And during blasting, we normally, as my predecessor has said, we go for vibration monitoring. That too, here I am putting a word called near field. That means very close to the blast we are monitoring, just to understand the impact of blasting. Then in all VOD, obviously we need to characterize the explosive quality also, and its the efficiency of energy release. And high speed video, just to see the movement of the delays, and already has been discussed about. And in post blast, we mainly are concerned about the fragmentation, which is a concern, and also the back brake is also post blast activity that we need to monitor. Next. As you can see, this is one instrument that we procured under DST funding. It's a scanner that we send down and get complete data about the fractures and all. You can see any cavities here can be found out, and then we can accordingly go for stemming there or decking there, solid decking. Thereby we can plug all those cavities. Can you see in the face? These are some of the cavities that can really give rise to problems for your early stemming ejection that has been seen in the earlier video also. You'll see often the face bursting happening or rifling happening, one of the major reasons for weak stemming as well as weak confinement given to the explosive, because of these naturally existing joints or cavities, which can be very well done through bore hole scanning and face mapping. Next. Yeah, this is the seismic tomography where we try to understand the compactness or P wave velocity or the competence of the ground. You can see the blue ones are the weak zones, or you can say the soft zones. And as you see, the greener and the redder one, actual red ones are basically the competent rock. The velocity differentiates it. So accordingly, this will have a twin purpose. One is to know the layering, that is happening, and also the differential charging or density that I can have while loading the explosive. Or I deck the explosive in two columns, because dragline bench is 30 meter, 40 or 50. So accordingly, I can divide the benches looking into the profile of this particular tomography. Next. Now this is the one experiment that my scholar Dr. Nachiket Bhagade, who is a faculty in VNIT Nagpur now, he's worked for this. You can see in a dragline bench, if you have a sensor like 30-meter distance, you can see here some experiments have been done. A triaxial borehole, geophone. This was first time used in India. I think no one else has used. Wherein we try to capture on the front side the fragmentation, on the back side the vibration, so that we can capture the energy consumption or energy utilization in blasting operation. So that was a very good paper. In fact, he came out with one index called reflection breakage index. I can share that paper. This is a very new concept that we have tried. Like from knowing the vibration patterns, by monitoring the vibration patterns, the peaks of that waveform, you can very well understand what is that reflection breakage index and whether reflection is causing the breakage or compression is causing the breakage. So that kind of study we could do it. It's a very interesting theoretical study also, and proved experimentally. Of course, VOD is another important. I think I will not go into details. We need to ensure the VOD and we match that impedance of the rock and explosive. Next. Yeah, this is what my friend was talking about, Professor Ramchandar, that the delay, we have many softwares like OPIT that's being done and JK Simblast and many Orica, I had, short class and all. So we have, flexibility of designing delays now, looking into all the negativities of the so-called, scatter that we talk about, which have been discussed now. So maybe we have to have some kind of additional measure there, and we try to cover it up in terms of scatter also, and then accordingly we design. You can see these are the contours. And we try to see that, as far as possible, the contour is more like, obtuse, not acute. So that, you have enough reflection and enough breakage. In fact, NCL has supported very well with us, the entire management of NCL to conduct these investigations for over a period of almost 1 year we have done this study. Yeah, next. And we came out with this, and I'll show you the video in the last. Next. And finally, we got, a reasonably good fragmentation, and then you can see it was well within the limits of the dragline pulling capacity and all. So in general, this we did for 1 year. So obviously the production per month per dragline has really shot up by at least 15 to 20%, without causing much of issues related to the utilization and availability of the machine. Next. Finally, we just designed some design, as my friend was talking about. This delay is what we finally recommended there for though there were several works like Dr. P.K. Singh has worked in Simfer and all, the team. And subsequent to that, actually this has been done covering all the aspects. Next. Electronic is the one that we have gone for, and systematically. Next. Yeah, finally you can see the before modifications and after modifications. We have a good command of the entire parameters that we look for. Normally vibration we could reduce, and fragment size got reduced. Back break also got reduced, and the productivity enhancement is also reasonably good. This was consistently for about a 6 months period we could achieve this. Next. And finally we see the half cast factors that tell us about the back break control and all. So this was also very well seen. This was a Nigahi mine actually I was talking about. Yeah, next. And now I move on to the port sector. We are now bringing large vessels, large ships with a good draft of 14 meters into ports. And earlier ports were only 6, 7, 8 meter, 9 meter deep, all Visakhapatnam, Tuticorin. You talk about any port in India. So this is a major transport now channel for India to thrive and have transportation done at an economic and eco-friendly manner, sustainable manner. So we were given a task of deepening the Visakhapatnam port from existing 8 to 9 meters to 20 meters. Now today we are talking about 16. Now tomorrow it's going to even touch 20 meters, so that we can bring a 14 meter or 16 meter draft vessel which can bring a lot of cargo and thereby enhance your trade actually. So you can see we are conducting blasting very close to a berth that is basically being demolished. So there are two things I talked about in this. One is berth demolition for widening, another is the rock bed deepening also. Like you have a floating barge for drilling, in underwater we are drilling and blasting. This is a new area that we pioneered actually. For the last couple of people are working on this, only a few people are working in this area. So we could establish some good norms here, and we are regularly working now. Very recently we got another award from Visakhapatnam port also. We will be working on it. Next. I will not go into this, please go ahead. I will only show a couple of things. So you can see a lot of investment is being made in port modernization and port connectivity under Sagar Mala program. So the government of India is investing a lot of money. So it is a good area to work on for the youngsters or for the researchers or for the academicians and industries to invest. Next. So these are some of the challenges like we could do, like port widening and deepening, where you have some there is a berth, you can see the new berth, And then near the new berth, you have an old berth which you need to demolish. That is number one. And you can see another LPG berth, LPG being unloaded there. It's in Visakhapatnam. So where we have done blasting very close to this, ship. So this requires a good amount of, engineering, in blast engineering, delay engineering, and everything, right? Yeah, next. These are the scientific challenges we could address in this: ground vibration, air overpressure, fly rock, and water shock is, for the first time. I don't think in India anybody has measured water shock when we conduct a blast inside water. So this is the first time we have done, and this has helped also the company to save a demurrage, that was levied by a ship captain who was standing nearby, parking his ship nearby. So the measurements, though we did for academic and research purpose, really helped him to save almost to the tune of some 2 to 3 crores of, case that he had to pay otherwise. Yeah, next. I don't think I need to explain all this. All our mining engineers, so you can understand all these parameters is what we are trying to design. Again, we go for some kind of decking and all. You can see that judiciously because we are blasting very close. Yeah, next. And we have a paper later also, or a poster. This is the demolition case where we are trying to blast, and this is the new berth which we want to protect. So ground vibration and water shock, both the things we are measuring and trying to control. Next. Yeah, I think you will see in the figure, this is the new berth which I want to protect, and this is the place where I am blasting, hardly a distance of 3 meters or 2 meters or 2.5 meters. So you can imagine what kind of, and it's a, let us say 75 millimeter dia hole and 63 mm dia cartridge, minimum required for demolishing the wall. It's a wall of 13 meter high. So it was a real challenge, you can see the drilling barge, the drill machines and how drilling is going on. This is the fender, okay, and you can see the charging pattern and all. So it was a very controlled blast, and you can see the vibration sensors will be kept here, and you can see the kind of divers getting into for getting the connections and all. It's a nonal blasting we are doing here. Earlier it was electric detonators, but then electrics have its own disadvantage, so we moved to a nonal, but not electronic as of now. Yeah, next. You can see here the cycle I just wanted to explain you. You can see the blasting happening and then the plume of water coming up. So that's a very interesting one, and we'll see a small video later. Yeah, next. This is a water shock measurement being done for the first time. Other than this, the regular seismographs being placed, for measuring ground vibration is not new. So water shock is the first time, we hang a particular hydrophone, geophone and hydrophone. So both were, put to use here at a time. Yeah, next. I think you can see the splash of water. Actually, this is blasting has taken place, and you can see popping up of, water. Okay, next. This is for detonator, and there is another one. See, for locating the holes, we made some frames and all, it was like, using all common sense. Using all kinds of, simple things only, but then we need to organize it in such a manner that it won't lead to any kind of, cross, linking or dynamic desensitization or sympathetic detonation and all. Yeah. You can see the blast happening there. Yeah. Next. Yeah, next. Yeah, as I was mentioning, like this is our rock excavation laboratory where we, mopped up some important equipment. You can see some of the new equipment that came up, this is for TBM, tunnel boring machine is one of the new, it's being used, for metro tunneling and hydel tunneling and all. So we didn't have any organized testing, in one umbrella actually. So we actually started this, and for the last 15 years now, this particular, setup is ready. I think only in ISM, IIT ISM we have this, linear cutting rig and all. So these are all, some tools and techniques or equipment that are used for mechanized cutting actually, whether it's for TBM or road header or continuous miner or surface miner or anything you talk about, the abrasion and hardness both can be characterized to the extent that's required, and they are being well followed. Yeah. Rest I don't want to cover all this. Yeah. Next. So we are involved in all kinds of these kind of designs like project feasibility, geological and geophysical investigation. So a kind of program, a framework has to be used for arriving at a proper solution to any problem. So we just organize that. Yeah. Next. And then finally we say that okay, both the sectors are equally important, and we have many problems to solve today. And I'm sure with good cooperation between industry and academia and researchers playing a crucial role, because they'll be working on a full-scale problem, full-time problem. I'm sure we'll be able to find solutions to many problems actually. Yeah, next. So I just want to introduce one more thing here. We have actually for the first time, Coal India has funded a virtual reality mine simulator to be developed for one underground mine and one open cast mine. Open cast is Nigahi we have chosen. In fact, Coal India has suggested us. Another is Jhanjra mine, underground mine, ECL. Both the mines we have now captured all the data using lidars, using drones and everything. Now all the SOPs have been taken. Now major operations of all open cast mining and underground mining, long wall mining, continuous miner, everything is now converted into a virtual reality mine simulator where you have SOP being unveiled along with the basic simulation, and you can also take control of the machine and deploy also. So those are the things that we have done. Even some scenarios are generated so that we can test your knowledge about your SOPs. So it will be a good tool for students, for researchers, for executives who join the industry, who can be put to this kind of virtual theater. They have an immersive experience actually in this. So I'll just show you a small video. Yeah, next. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. So we come just a small video. Just play the videos. I'll just take another 2 minutes. So the first one is, this is more similar to what Professor Ramchandra has shown. This is a Nigahi electronic blast. I just wanted to show you. You can see the holes are drilled. You can see the two phases are available. The stemming is ejecting after the face is moving. That's what you have to retain. The energy must be retained till the face moves actually. Then of course there will be some stemming ejection, as I told you the reasons. It's wet stemming material, and we didn't use any drill cuttings and all. So you can see still the muck is moving. That means the back rows are trying to push the front rows. So the movement is still happening. So it's almost about 2 to 2.5 seconds, or 2000 milliseconds we are trying to move the material. So it's a very delayed and properly delayed material. You can see very good fragmentation at the end of the day. And dragline will have a merry time loading this. Next. So similar experiments we have done subsequently. This is just one video I just shown you. You can close and start the next one. Just to give a glimpse of, this is actually an underwater blast. You can visualize here, there are 2 rounds of blast we are doing. Somewhere here you will find, initially there will be detonators firing, and then there will be a shock, water shock. Then there will be another set of firing, then there will be the real hole blast. It's a confined blast, right? The explosive is inside the holes and you are firing it. It's not a demolition blast of a wall, it's a seabed blast actually. So wherein we are trying to deepen by another 4 meters in 2 rounds, 2 plus 4, 2 plus 2, 4. Yeah, you can see that. Here you can see a little bit, and then you see it's basically difficult to see, and you can visualize that there is a shock that's coming up, and that is what we were measuring using the hydrophone, right? And it should be within limits like 0.4 megapascal. That's what they say, at a distance of about 80 meters and all, for the ships to be stable. And the last one, this is just one glimpse of what we are developing in underground, this virtual reality. There is some issue. Can you use other work? Can you use other work? No. It requires a different player, it seems. Sorry, I think. So thank you very much. I think I have completed this one, and maybe I'll share later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Murthy, for such a wonderful, unique work that your team has done, underwater blasting. I hope now you are at the edge of your sea. I wish that you should do something more into ocean mining and sea mining in future. With this, with your permission, if there are 1 or 2 queries, we can have it. Please, if anybody has any query. Yeah. Now they are going to that blast. So tomorrow
It's
some
again
people can go there also.
underwater blast only. We just started it now. Any query if you have? Otherwise, it's okay.
If there are no queries, we thank for a highly informative paper, giving unique work, and also your Make India program, virtual reality. So VMSR Murthy itself is a virtual mining simulator such as reality, right? It looks like reality, okay. It is
Thank
there
you.
in his name.
Thank
Now he
Thank
was
you.
a scientist, now he is producing scientists. His scientist is here. So you can meet them later, anytime if you have any doubts, if you are not having doubt now. And now we move to the next keynote speaker. That is, I think, Professor R.N. Tiwari साहब, उसके बाद आपका होगा सब. तो प्रोफेसर राजेंद्र नाथ तिवारी साहब, he will be presenting on watershed management of Rewa region, Central India and overview. To say few words about his expertise with his dedicated contributions to Madhya Pradesh as well as India. He is presently working as Regional Director of Madhya Pradesh Bose Open University and Professor and Head Department of Geology, Government Model Science College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. He is a great academician and researcher. He has published 180 research papers in national and international journals and more than 200 popular editorial articles in various newspapers. He supervised more than 25 PhD theses and wrote 10 research books. He is recipient of highest award, Lakshman Singh Gaur Award for Excellence in Teaching and Research by Higher Education, Department of Madhya Pradesh, Government. He is also recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award by Time Journal and outstanding contribution for his outstanding contributions in academics and research in earth sciences. He is also recipient of so many awards from district administration for watershed management. We are very happy to have an expert on watershed management because this is very much required for our mining community also, mining industries, where we are trying to work but we were not successful. I hope he will throw some more light where we can be more successful in future as far as our mining industries are concerned and to the society in general. Over to Tiwari Saab, please.
Thank you, sir. Just from after lunch, we are just hearing so many lectures on various aspects of mining. Now we're just going to shift on the watershed management, which is an integral part of mining, and as well as challenges faced in water management, not in India, as in various parts of the country, as well as various parts of the world. I have taken on a case study of this Central India, as well I will also going to just cover all the watershed aspects of Central India, as well as various parts of India, as well as scenario of water management world. So, I'm sorry. So this is my, just you can say, topics which I am going to discuss. What are the watershed management scenario in waters in the world and status of groundwater in India and its Madhya Pradesh, and about the case studies and geology and hydrogeology and some suggestions. So, अब सुबह आपने कई वेदों का मंत्र अभी आपने सुना, मुझे लगता है शायद ही कोई ऐसा will find so many captions in various texts. अब अंत अमृतम अपसु भेषजम अपाम उत सस्यते देवा भवती वाजिन, अर्थात जल ही अमृत है, जल में ही औषधि है, हे ऋतुजनों ऐसे श्रेष्ठ जल की प्रशंसा अर्थात स्तुत करने में शीघ्रता बरतें. Water sedage, it is in a drainage basin of catchment area, and where all the water that falls in the rain or snow. This can be river, this can be lake, ocean, and any bodies. So water comes in all sizes, from a small localized valley to vast international river basin spanning multiple countries. So these are types of water, so you can say on the basis of drainage. Endorheic,
इसमें you can see example of where internal drainage water collects in closed basin with no outlets. Example a Dead Sea, exotic watershed, that's a Mississippian. You can see example a Ganga River basin, external drainage, water eventually reaches the oceans. You can say Narmada basins, arid watershed, there are no permanent surface water bodies. Water infiltrates the ground or evaporate, that is Sahara deserts. Or Lake watershed is similar to exotic but with temporary or intermittent stream like in a river region. A watershed based on the size, that is a micro watersheds. In fact, it is an area of 50,000 hectares, sub watersheds. This area 10,000 to 50,000. It is a milli watershed, then micro watershed, then mini watersheds. So what is the ground, why it is needed? What is the groundwater scenario of the world? This is, you can say, source of 99% of liquid fresh water on earth. It is used by humans by drinking irrigation industry. This hidden resource account for just 0.62% of the total water and 30% of the fresh water available on the earth. It is found in all over the world, but its distribution is very irregular across the country. What is the scenario of India? I can just go into the next slides. And this groundwater is used for 40% for irrigation water, 1/4 for all water used for humans, and 1/3 for an industry. Or scenario of the world, groundwater. As you know, groundwater depleting is significant in major agriculture and population center due to the increasing withdrawal to meet growing human needs. And globally, water use is expected to grow by roughly 1% per year over the next 30 years. And 2/3 of world's extracted groundwater is withdrawn in Asia, where groundwater use is predicted to increase by 30% by 2050 due to rapid population growth and economic development. This is the groundwater scenario of the world. Here is the India, you can say 250, that the highest extraction after China. The case of United States, that is Pakistan. So what is the groundwater scenario of India and why the watershed management is urgently needed? As we know, we have just 4% of the total water resources of the world, but we have a population of more than about 18%. So to meeting a demand for 18% with the 4% of water resources, that water management is urgently needed. So India total annual extractable groundwater resource is near about 400 BCM with the groundwater extraction rate being 60%, and although only 8% of extracted groundwater in the India is used for drinking, and 80% of it is used for irrigation, and just remaining is used for industries. And due to melting of snow, that's case, and present India's water requirement is estimated to be about 1100 billion cubic meter per year. This year there is a significant decline, I say, in the per capita availability of fresh water from 5,000 cubic meter per year, that was 1950 to 2300 cubic meter. So country's water requirement is just 2025 is just 982 BCM, while the ultimate is we have thus 1082, out of which 69 BCM is 39 BCM in groundwater. So if we just see this is statistics of this data, so watershed management is why it is urgently needed. As a report by Center for Science, CSE, Science and Environment, say about 25 cities of country will be in the day zero situation by 2030. In this, you can say 25 cities. There are some metropolitan cities also. You can say the what is you are facing and the problems upon groundwater challenges in basically Bengaluru. That's why there are so many, you can say software, they are shifting towards and from Bengaluru to Hyderabad. Because due to this problem, there are so many large, you can say software, other companies, they are dealing, they are just planning to shift from Bengaluru to some major cities to Hyderabad, because there is one case of, you can say, in the some river, they have just tried to manage the water in Bengaluru, but after that, we are still facing a lot of problem to management. So India, you can say this is a status of 70% of annual rainfall in monsoon, which irrigates half the country's farmlands. currently you can say just 85% of the rural and 50% of urban population is dependent on the groundwater. Its groundwater extension percentage of utilizing groundwater against recharge has dropped, but this is the case 61.6 to now 60.80. Even this process, you can say there are so many Northwest India having dependent groundwater withdrawal due to limited monsoon rain. Data from CGW reveals that groundwater exploitation is just even Punjab, not even Punjab, even the metropolitan city Delhi, even Kanpur, their groundwater development, even where we are sitting here, is very near to Nagaur, even then Amarpatan, even you can say Sirmaur, Rampur, Bagalan, they are near about and they are overall exploited. If you just do the Google, you will find there is one place, that is Rampur, Bagalan, which is very near to this Satna. Yeah, you can say more than 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers this place. That is the total water, groundwater exploited. You can say groundwater near about 100% stage of groundwater development. They have blamed, you can say, for mining industries in this region. Due to the mining activities, so many activities, groundwater development is going to more than 90%. Due to that, you can Nagaur, Amarpatan, Rampur, Bagalan, they are going to face a serious challenge of the groundwater. This is the average annual rainfall of the states of India. Where we are sitting, we are going to deliver lecture. This Satna, they are receiving the more than 1,000 millimeter rainfall. But after the month of February, even in the February, in the Rima Satna, they are facing a lot of problems on the groundwater extraction. Even in the Riva, there are 2 or 3, even Sirmaur, you can say Hanumana, Mauganj, even the Nagaur, in the month of March, they are facing a lot of problem of groundwater. Due to that, there are planner and administrator, they are thinking about, they are blaming basically, that this is maybe due to such and such region. But you can say, if you are receiving more than 1,000 millimeter of rainfall, which is even more than average rainfall of India, why we are facing such a problems in this region? We are just receiving more than 1,000 millimeter rainfall in Satna, Riva. Even rainfall of this area is 1200 millimeter. But we are facing a problem, groundwater problem, just from start in the beginning of the, you can say, March. That problem is up to the month of June, July. So for this, groundwater management is urgently needed. For that management, at least groundwater engineers, mining engineers, planners, administrators, their coordination is very important. So this is average rainfall, you can say, of an India, rainfall of pattern of the country. This is the Madhya Pradesh, you can Satna and Riva. You can see here we are receiving rainfall more than 1,000 millimeter, which is more than average rainfall, you can say, of India. See some situations in, you can say, the Madhya Pradesh. Why the watershed management is needed? This is the case of month of July in India. This is the case of Manipur. As you know, at the starting of, in the beginning of July, we will again going to face a lot of flood problems in northeast part of countries. That problem is known, problem is defined. In the month of May, June, we are going to face a lot of huge problems of floods up to the July. The date, a month is fixed in even the Rima Satna. In the month of August, in each and every year, we are going a lot of problem of floods. So far, at least we have this is a duty of our just engineers, academicians, to at least suggest some concrete plan to manage this rainwater, extra rainwater. This is the case of Manipur. Again, I am just going to some examples of Riva Satna. This is again how the annual groundwater extraction of 19.3. This is you can say groundwater state development. This is a groundwater scenario of Madhya Pradesh. So we are quite bit lucky. Madhya Pradesh is quite bit lucky. जानते हैं कि मध्य प्रदेश को नदियों का मायका कहा जाता है. So we are very much lucky, at least for point of rivers. Apart from so many rainfalls, apart from number of rivers are present, why we are facing the problems of water? Because in Malabar region, even in this Vindh region, even in Bundelkhand region, as you know, our Honorable Prime Minister has just made a special plan, a special package for Bundelkhand. After that, at least the problem is solved up to some extent, but still we are facing a lot of problem in Bundelkhand in the Vindhya regions. So how that problem can be solved, I am in the end of this slides, our lecture, I will suggest some solutions. This is of Madhya Pradesh, groundwater scenario of Rewa region. This is you can say, this is a case of Rewa and Satna. They are fixed. In all the years, in each and every year, you will find the problems of this in Rewa and Satna in Madhya Pradesh in the month of July, in the end of July and before August. Even then, month in the week is fixed. In month in the second or third week of August, we will face the problem. This is the situation in the month of April, May. In the May, आप जहाँ बैठे हैं, जिस शहर में जिस यहाँ सभागार में बैठे हैं, अगर आप if are coming in the month of April, you will face like the problem of this. If you are going to just visit the villages, you will find like the problem of this. This is the case study. I am not going to discuss details. We have taken examples of one case study of basically of Rewa, whole districts of Rewa. We have a Bansagar Dam, a huge Bansagar Dam. After even the Bansagar Dam, even the maximum rainfall, though we are facing problem. Why? What may be the solution of this water scarcity problems? This is a case study. I am not going to discuss detail of this case study. This is basically where we are sitting. This is the aquifer system, is basically limestone, shale and sandstone. This is limestone, a very good aquifers. We are finding maximum waters from due to karstifications of limestones in this region. But sandstone, due to compact nature of sandstone, that is a poor aquifers, and shale is also not very good aquifers. But shale is a good aquifer. In spite of good aquifer, we are facing a lot of problems, a quality point of view. When we are going to extract the water from shale and sandstone, in transition zone, we are finding a lot of quality issues because sulfur is there, sulfide problems. You can say calcium problem. That's why kidney stone problem of stones is very common in the region where we are sitting in the Rewa, Satna city. We are finding a lot of problems due to kidney stones. Oh, this is a study area. I am not going to discuss of these areas. This is the map of the administrative boundaries of these various tehsils of these areas. This is a geological map. Basically, there are three types of Indians are there. Geology, hydrogeology of the area. I am not going to discuss in details. I will just give that slides. If anybody is interested, this is any scholars is interested, they can take that slides so they can at least study that. Nature of the aquifers of Rewa sandstone, nature of aquifers of Ganurgarh shale, and nature of aquifers of limestones where we are going to mines of the areas. We are also facing a lot of problems in mining area of quality as well quantity point of view. This is alluvium. Groundwater, just you can say before 3 or 4 days before, there is a heading, big headings in the national newspapers. There, apart from lot of efforts, abhi 4 or 5 days pehle, the water level of the Rewa city is declined very rapidly. Just 4 days ago, we got a news from in Dainik Bhaskar that Rewa city is going to face a lot of problem in the water scarcity in these regions. So this is the water level fluctuation. The data is that in 2023, you can say at the date of today is 16th of February, that data is borrowed from the one national newspapers. This is a scenario because the Rewa is maximum. This is the Rewa town. They are the other tehsils. This is Rewa. There are a lot of. Besides lot of efforts, you can say administrative collectors are there, commissioners are there, and there is one CGWB office, PHE office, you can say groundwater survey department office. There is a, you can say watershed management, separate department. Apart from lot of efforts in the city, we are going to face this problem, water level fluctuation in the areas. So this is the scenario of Rewa region. So what what is the suggestions, what may be the, you can say, the ultimate suggestions, how can we at least to cope this problem, what may be the suggestions. So there may be holistic approach. There is a big problem in our country because we are just groundwater engineers, we are academicians, because basically we are going to do some research in at least in laboratories. There are some industries and some planners and administrators. An unfortunate part of this, that we have such a parallel lines, we don't want to meet, we don't want to converge at one junction to solve such problems. At least if you want to solve the problems of water scarcity of the river region, even in India, even then in whole parts of country, the holistic approach is very important. Means holistic approach, the convergence, we at least extract the knowledge of academician, extract the knowledge of industrialists, and at least to extract the knowledge of peoples and administrators, then we at least must reach on some conclusion to give such, and then to plan after such a approach. Then community involvement is very important. As you know, this problem is basically related to community problem. The communities must be involved, because at least the problems should be go up to the last point of the villages. Because if you are going to just plan to visit tomorrow any place of this region, आपको कोई गांव दिखे जरूर, अगर समय 5-10 मिनट रुकिएगा, अभी से पानी की प्रॉब्लम होने लगी है. बेसिकली मैं आपको बताऊं, इन द रिवर रीजन देयर इज वन तहसील, नाउ इट बिकम्स डिस्ट्रिक्ट, Maugan district. In Maugan there are some tehsil places where the peoples are shifted from that places, but in the commissary office they are in there, but they are shifted from that place. They are going to city areas due to the lack of scarcity of water scarcity. What the problem? They are going to shift that place, because even the month of February they are not going to even given a single drop of water up to the month of May. Data driven decision is very important. It's very, very important, because due to if our planners, if our ministers, if you can say ministry is going to make any plans, the data is very important. I mean, data village to village, even man to man, data is very important. For this data, at least the role of students, role of research scholars, role of industrialists, and role of students are very important, at least for the data. If we have a data, there's no problem. If you have a data from the student, data from other stakeholders, so in my opinion, this point is very important. Conservation, prioritize protecting it. This is a very important conservation part. Sustainable land use, implementation of practical crop rotation, cover cropping, and reduce tiltage to minimize soil erosion and runoff. This is a water quality protection is a very important. Basically, this problem may be you can face in mining areas, some quality issues, at least some blame that the quality is deteriorating due to the mining activity in some part of the area. But it is not true story, it is not true real sense. But some people blame that water quality is in the area of mining, they are going to deteriorate due to mining. But it is not like the case. At least we should know about how and why quality is deteriorating. Infrastructure investment is very important. Maintain appropriate infrastructure like rainwater harvesting system, check them. This point is, I think, more important. Important of site selection of check dams and site selections of harvesting system. Just I know. Just I want to say one thing. There are so many people involved in these areas to construct the check dams and the recharge structure. They are basically veterinary doctors, they are basically sociologists. When I asked some people, have you seen the topo sheet in any areas? Well, sir, मुझे नहीं मालूम topo sheet क्या होती है. Now, how you have suggested the check dam? This is the scenario up in the area. There are so many sociologists, so many people, men of the history, they are men of some economics. They are going to suggest the recharge structures. This is the education awareness. Is very important to at least. To know the value of the water is very important. At least this program this awareness program was urgently needed to solve this problem. This continuous monitoring and improvement, the regular monitoring, the effectiveness of management strategies and adopt them based on new data and feedback is very important. And prioritize connecting Indian water culture and rituals. We have to move towards भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा and भारतीय संस्कृति परंपरा और नदियों को माँ का दर्जा. मैंने एक आर्टिकल लिखा था पहले इन एक I have written so many articles on this river management. एक हम याद करिए, एक पिक्चर आई थी, मानो तो मैं गंगा माँ हूँ, न मानो तो बहता पानी. अब मुझे लगता है बहता पानी शुरू करना पड़े, मानो तो बहता पानी हूँ नहीं. तो ये हालात हो गए हैं. अगर आप there are some people from Delhi, you can say the condition of Yamuna in the month of April in the Delhi. So implement separate plans for the revival of each small river. This is very important because there are so many rivers. We are in India, we are going to, at least we are connected to a Nadi Jano Abhiyan, Nadi Bachao Abhiyan. In this scenario, I have written 3 books. Rivers of Madhya Pradesh, river of Chhattisgarh. Now we are going to police a river of Uttar Pradesh. At least we have identified more than 30 rivers in Satna. We have located geographical, you can see, coordinates. Develop a water map for each locality. That's very important. If you are going to do any research, you give us very small problem to any your research scholar. Just for throughout, he must select 4 or 5 villages. And he must map up each and every, you can say, locality. Enforce mandatory annual water planning and budgeting is very important. Formulate comprehensive dam and reservoirs policies, establish legislation, and promote traditional and modern water recharge methods. Basically, water budgeting and audits are very important. There are a lot of, you can say, funding agencies in India. They are going to fund. You can say Jal Shakti Mantralaya, water, you can say Ministry of Mines, you can say DST. They are going crores of rupees to the researcher. But in my opinion, there must be one thing, water budgeting and auditing are very important. If you are going 3 crores of any people, you just ask him. He must be at least give the result within 1 or 2, 3. How much money is needed for Satna? He just plan. And then what will be the result after 4 and 5 years? He must tell. That's a budgeting and auditing of the water is very important in today's scenario. And formulate comprehensive, you can say promote traditional and modern water recharge methods, active irrigation water committees, some penalties, preserve heritage structure like wells, talab bachao, and implement rainwater harvesting system in government complexes, integrate traditional practice with modern sciences, to organize seminar and workshop, which we are here sitting here for this place to organize. The purpose of this seminar and international conference, at least to aware and to, you can enhance the people for your knowledge. And again, to organize awareness program for our students, our stakeholders, that is very important. So these are some suggestions which I think is very important. As you know, water is life. Water, without water we can't think even now. Survival of life, even though mining you can say secondary, but if you have water, no problem, you can mining. So friends, so my concern that we are just last 3 decades we are working on watershed management. We are doing some projects also. So my friends, at least कुछ न कुछ पानी के लिए जरूर सोचना होगा, इसलिए कि अगली पीढ़ी के लिए हम क्या दे के जाएंगे. That's very important. That's my some words regarding watershed management. I am going to thank Professor Pradhan and Professor Jayantu sir for giving me an opportunity to share my views regarding watershed management. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Tiwari sir, for flooding all our audience guests with such a wonderful water. And water is has been a greatest problem for us in mines. And we had a biggest disaster which took place in Chasnala, that is involving 375. I was also doing some investigation for some other purpose. So with your permission, if any 1 or 2 queries we can invite, otherwise any queries online, offline from anybody we can have. If there are no queries, because it is such a wonderful topic. And yes, Giri साहब एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहते हैं. Please, Giri साहब, please.
Sir, since you have been working a lot on watershed management, so do you find any specific regions then why in mining areas the water table is going down very fast?
Sir, जब आप in river region I visited that areas because there are 3 or 4 factors due to that water basically is going to decline. First reason is basically where we are going to mines of that areas, that due to pressure, ठीक है ना, the water is just moving from that areas to another areas. Now the second point is main important is that कि if you are going to mine the area, you are extracting the waters more, the water demand is more. But water demand you can say is more than other areas, but we are not doing any effort, other extra efforts regarding recharge structure, scientific recharge structures. Yeah, scientific strategy I think is very important if any mining area. I visited some mining areas. I am just pointed out if you are going to increase the water level of these areas, please look at these are areas where we can at least we can construct some charge structure. To their charge structure, you can say percolation plants may be there, you can say some check dams may be there, to check dams, and you can say percolation plants. Water, you can say quantity may be increased, but another point, another issue is quality is also concerned. We are going dump the limestone. You can say refill if in the area, we are going to dump that limestone. Quality is also concerned, sir. Problem, what will be the problem if you are going to recharge and then dump areas limestone? There may be calcium is high, you can some sulfur is also high. Due to that calcium, you can say in the karstification, in the limestone area, due to karstification, the CPS, due to CPS, maybe some other you can say burden, their water may be polluted. I have noticed one area in the Riva region, Rima city, sir. There are big nala. That is just in the between of Sainik school and some localities, they were training even more than 17 years. जब उन्होंने boring किया, what they found, the water is just so many smell because that have touched that nalas to that area. Quality and quantity both are concerned say in the mining area in these areas. I visited in the limestone of mining this area. So what we should do, we must be at least some serious concern about your must hire hydrogeologists, trained hydrogeologists must be there, who can at least survey and you can say just 1 or 2 feet. You can at least help, take the help of some CGW persons. Yeah, some hydrogeologists. I have so many research scholars. I am just they are hiring that scholars. They are just suggesting, sir, with the you can say coordinations of hydrogeologists and some peoples of that local peoples and some site engineers. Mining engineers, we can solve the problems that areas.
Thank you very much, Tiwari sir. Now we are highly grateful to all the keynote speakers for their valuable keynote address, and enlightening all our audience online and offline with their vast knowledge. Many of them, they did more than 30-40 years of their research and experience. They tried to give knowledge and spread that awareness to all our community. And now this is a great honor for us on behalf of Indian Mining Engineering Journal as well as AKS University to give a memento as a token of our respect. For that, I invite Professor Dr. Ying Nguyen Thi Hoi NGA. Madam, she is Head International Office of Department of Mining Management, to please present mementos to our keynote speakers, and our convener technical, Professor B.K. Misra Saab, who is also head of the department, will help her So now I request Dr. Sri D.N. Prasad Garu to please accept our memento as a token of respect and honor for making it possible, and Prasad Garu, please. I also invite Professor VMSR Murthy and R.N. Tiwari Saab to please come on the dais and please accept our memento. To Sri D.N. Prasad Garu. Thank you very much for your valuable keynote address, enlightening all our audience with your vast experience being in the policy maker capacity in Government of India, Ministry of Coal as advisor to Government of India. Now, please present a memento to Dr. Tiwari Saab. మీరు ఉండండి ఒక నిమిషం అందరికీ ఒక ఫోటో తీసి. To Professor Tiwari Saab, please. To Professor VMS Murthy garu. Please accept our token of respect and honor. Yeah, please. सब लोग रहिए सब. एक मिनट रहिए सब. एक फोटो. To Professor VMSR Murthy Saab. Thanks for sparing your valuable time and enlightening all our audience. एक अच्छा ग्रुप फोटो ले लेते हैं की नोट स्पीकर्स के साथ. प्रधान साहब रहने से आ सकता है. हाँ है. He is there. प्रधान साहब भाग के आना है. आप बुढ़ा नहीं बना है.
आइए सर. आइए प्रधान साहब.
नहीं बुढ़ा थोड़ी बना है. Thank you very much. Now we are moving to the next session without breaking for tea. Tea will be served here. And now the technical paper session, A and B are clubbed here. There will be only one session. And in this session, our chairpersons will be Sri Giri Saab and Professor VMSR Murthy Saab. Both I invite them to please occupy your chairperson seats here and to conduct the session, technical session. In this technical session, although we have 2 plus 10, total 10 papers, but few are not available here. And now itself, the session papers are given to them. Professor VMSR Murthy. So there are total 10 papers, and our request is you please allow Professor Uday Kumar Saab to present first, so that he will go for some urgent work. So then you can continue with the session, please. The list is with you. Professor Uday Kumar Saab को पहले करके.
Thank you, Professor Jayantu. And now request Professor Uday Kumar to start his address. I think we are given about
10.
1. How much time we are? 1 hour?
10. Okay, take it.
1.5 hour? 1 hour. So you can go for 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes.
Okay. Hello.
10 minutes. So
हमारा सेशन उदय कुमार
10 नहीं है सर, ये 3 से शुरू है ना. अच्छा यहाँ से शुरू है. राइट. ओके. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 papers.
ऊपर फर्स्ट हो रहा है. Wait.
हाँ, इसमें लिख देते हैं एक पैड के लिए. This paper is on transformative maintenance technology opportunities and challenges. Professor Uday Kumar is actually an established credential in this particular area.
Okay. Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I'm just going to have very quick pass through the how technology is being used and some examples from Swedish mining industry and mining sector. This is a Luleå where I live. It's a dark. Right now, winter time, it will be very dark, cold. And let me go through that. I will not talk about these things. Actually, I was preparing for 35 minutes, 40 minutes, but but I will go through very fast, so it's not my mistake actually. So don't blame me. Okay, mining operation, how mining operation will look, and everyone is talking about digital transformation, green transition, and climate change adaptation. These three are the key words now when you talk about mining. And I think Mr. Prasad talked about climate change adaptation, and Professor Murthy and also Mr. Tiwari also touched, Dr. Tiwari also touched upon this. What we are doing for the last 7 years working this area, trying to find what are the way to mitigate the climate change mitigation. How the climate change will not impact the mining operation, especially open pit, open cast mines, and also some low-lying area. Also, climate change adaptation for road maintenance, heavy-duty machinery operation, etc. Green transition is much more focused on how can we get rid of the carbon footprint. And Sweden is a leading country actually. They presented first time you can create a steel without any carbon footprint. 1 ton of steel creates 2 tons of CO2, roughly. So what Sweden, and in Luleå actually, it has produced 100 tons of steel with a 0 carbon addition. Means hydrogen, it's called hybrid. I don't know whether I have some pictures here. This is like going from peak mining to steam mining to the cloud mining. I'm not getting touch because I have been killed completely. This is the hybrid plant and all, where you create the steel making without any addition of coke. So 0 steel making, and this is a patented, and there are two steel plant has come in Luleå. Both are based on the hydrogen. One is hydrogen green steel, that name itself. Second one is a hybrid, that's a Swedish Steel Limited company. And it was tested in Sweden, test plant, this is in. So what happens here, blast furnace iron making and hybrid iron making, you can see here. So it's like how can we get rid of carbon footprints and all? Through technology, innovation. There are the 2 keys, and involvement of the workers and all. These are also created. Another mine is a Boliden mine, they are also doing, and here focus is on electrical mining. So completely electrification is going on. It's like a transportation, everywhere different things are, it's different slides. In the past, like a data analytics, like I'm coming to the digital parts, like data analytics, this is our mine data analytics. So we have last 12 years, we introduced this one, analytics. And that 3 types, like diagnostics, prognostics, descriptive, like what is happening, diagnostic, why it is happening, what is going to happen and when it is going to happen, and what should we do. It's like all the 4 are being integrated, so that you can, when you are moving from steam to cloud, first we had a peak mining, muscle mining, peak mining and cloud mining. So you are entering into the cloud. And Industry 4 was like one of the driving force since 2013. But last 2 years, we have entered into what we call Industry 5.0, when the technology is becoming human-centric and also taking care of climate. So both human and climate, that is the focus here. So nanotechnology, now I'm getting faster here, I will not get to stop. This is a video, can it work? This is one example, we have been talking. Like a tunnel, after blasting, you send the dogs, drones and digital twins, these are the 3 things. Can it work? Can you kindly see the video is working? हेलो आप वीडियो थोड़ा स्टार्ट कर सकते हो उधर से? इट्स नॉट वर्किंग फ्रॉम हियर, ये वीडियो है, हाँ करें इसको. Okay, it's not working. It's like this is a video actually seeing how the dog is going. So technology is now mostly dogs, drones and digital twins are being deployed to get the information, extract information, etc. Robot dogs, drones and digital twins, they are deployed actually in all maintenance and mining operations and all now. Some developments and future directions. Metaverse. This is an example from railway. Actually, mining, we are just last month for tunneling, tunnel profiling and all, like rock bolts. How can we bring the rock bolts down and inspect? This was a mine, actually railway example. Being there without being there. So I can bring the mine, as Professor Murthy was saying, to your lab. What we did 2 years ago, when metaverse people question, actually first time I presented in France, metaverse application in railway. That was, people were not knowing that. We said for training and for inspection. So like train is stopped, you through mobile, and then the guy sitting in Australia can be connected to tell you what is happening. Can you run the train to next station, or you have to stop the train, or where you are located. Then similarly, we started introducing many other things here, like all the railway lab, which is our lab actually. Challenges. Bringing new technology doesn't come without any challenge. There are a lot of challenges. And another challenge is the organization they don't accept. People are fear that we'll lose the job, and they try to not get it. So different people have different plans. So what we are trying to do, technology has 2-3 types of difficulties. Like you see, first, we employed the technology inside. Many of you maybe remember the MAX plane in Indonesia that crashed due to the computer pilot could not control. Computer took over the plane and crashed it. 2 accidents. Then they started knowing that this is not possible. Then if we are not careful, what will happen? Technology is very happy. We are happy with the phone, but phone has taken over us. We don't want to be slave of technology. That's one important thing. And mining, I say safety. We never allow any safety feature to be standalone controlled by the computers. You have to have manual superiority on that. That's big challenge. So European Union, what they did, they introduced in December actually, what they call guardrails. You will have a guardrails, guide rails, guided innovation, and governance. So what is a guardrails? Guardrails, like you are driving, there are safety, that you will not fall down anywhere on the roads. Guide rails, that will guide you to the right type of innovation. And guided innovations, your innovations are for productivity, safety, and for well-being of human. So Industry 5.0, which is a cornerstone, focus has been brought from only technology industry 4.0 to 5.0, where human is in the center. So all these AI Act, and this was a very it was decided lot of things in Luleå meeting. Commission was in Luleå, because Sweden was the president till June. So American Blinken, he came there. So there was a small town with 70,000 people. It was totally barricaded, the city. All big people were there 3 days. So it's secreted, act was discussed, America bought it, purchased it, and then it has become a rule. Now coming to governance, there is a morning and always there is a talk on governance. Governance is the most important thing. And if you don't introduce governance, it will create a lot of problem. Because this is one example. You have seen this video many. I don't know video will work. Like, when you are using Google Map, you say this road is blocked. This gentleman in Palo Alto, he took 150 mobile phone, put in his trolley and started walking. Google Maps showed all roads are blocked. You cannot move here. But road, there is not a single car. So you need a guardrails to guard against these things. People can play with your mind, bring the things. You think production is going, there is no production. So there are a lot of things like this. We have been looking into that. No, it's up. Okay. Why? Can you move it? It's not moving. Yep. It's like then also cognitive overload. That's another headache. People are getting so many new information. I was telling every day, and challenging to pay attention to all. You need AI, some supports and all. And people are getting cognitive, what is called the sickness actually. People get headaches and all. Coming back to I'm concluding very fast. Technology powered mining, manual process to autonomous, optimize energy use because you know exactly how much to use, what not to use, increase productivity, enhance safety. You'll get a more safer operation. Transparencies and traceability. Both are very important in the industry 5.0. Who is responsible? Guardrails. who is doing, like a governance model tells, if you do, you will be penalized. And that has brought the issue of data ownership. If I should own the data, whether you can use the data democratization, data distribution, data ownership, data integration. There are 5 sets of data. So this is a big area for research. And we have been working with mining companies, Sandvik, Epiroc, Kiruna Mines, some international groups, and trying to find a source for that. So our lab, we have a big lab on the Metaverse lab and e-maintenance lab. I'm not working myself, people are working the group. So I can answer you many questions. Correct decision making through deeper insight into real time, it will provide. Future directions, AI and generative AI. Like, OpenAI, when it came, there was a lot of discussion last month, and its CEO was fired, Sam Altman. And why he was fired? 2020, January, I had a meeting with the Chinese AI group in our science academy. I was in China, Beijing for a meeting, and we came with that group. And I asked the guy who is a president of Chinese, and I can tell you here, it's nothing. All traffic from Europe till 2002 was going to Beijing instead of going to Palo Alto, because a lot of developments were in China. And he says it will take 10 years to create this deep fake. They had Obama's pictures, he was talking in Chinese, they were looking exactly, there was no difference. He says it will take 10 years, but we are afraid that it will come. But it came in 2.5 years. So time is short, we are not able to understand. And OpenAI, Sam Altman was fired due to this, that it is going to fake. You cannot do anything, he said in the meeting. That was a behind the scene discussion. So generative AI will change everything, how it is going. Governance and regulatory measures, what control you have, what guardrails you have, what guide rails you have, what governance models we have introduced, how you are sharing, how the organizations are looking, what is the technology, cyber security, etc. Mobility and 6G, how fast it will come. Robotics and automation. So 3 mantra, AI, robotics and automation has to merge. Then only we'll get the real effect. Power of data analytics, cloud and edge computing, social media for machine. This is a very interesting. When you are driving self-driving car, in underground mine, there are no GPS. So what we call GPS denied environment. So there is a big European project going on, Genesis, and next generation mining operation. And there it's like more focus is on navigation, how it will be. So machine will communicate with the next machine. So when they're meeting at the corner, they are already communicating, connected with the hub and interconnected with each other. So they will be connecting, telling exactly where I am there. So location. So these are some of the things will be taking place in future mining. Thank you. I hope.
Thank you, Professor Uday Kumar. It was very nice. I think we had a very good glimpse of what the future would be in for us, and how mining engineers or mining profession has to move on to capture some of these developments and put them into their stride. Thank you, Professor Uday Kumar. I think we'll take any questions towards the end of the session. So I request the next speaker, Mr. Tujama Koloti Twisa. We don't have? She's not okay. The next paper is on mine closure in coal mines, safe and sustainable mining by M. Subbarao. Mr. M. Subbarao. He's from Singareni, Telangana. Tomorrow, okay. Optimized burden spacing, Vivek Kumar Himanshu. Yeah. So Mr. Himanshu, Dr. Himanshu will present the paper. He's from CSR Simfa. The title of his paper is Optimized Burden Spacing for Improvement of Rock Fragmentation by Blasting in Limestone Mines. So Dr. Himanshu.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Thank you, Chairman, sir. Respected Chairman, sir, and all the delegates of this conference. So today I am going to present on optimized burden spacing for improved rock fragmentation by blasting in limestone quarries. I have chosen this topic because we are in Satna and here we are in very close to the limestone mines. So before starting my presentation, I would like to acknowledge the contribution of my co-authors, that is Mr. Manish Vishwakarma, Amar Prakash Kaushik, Ashish Kumar Vishwakarma and Sujit Kumar Rajak. So coming to the introductory part, that is when we are doing blasting in limestone quarries, the major issues that arises is with the presence of joints over there. So basically we did studies in several limestone quarries and we found that the requirement of charge factor and optimized burden spacing are different for getting optimum fragment size. Like in one of the limestone quarry that is in south, in Jepalli limestone mine, the requirement was very less and still we were getting very good fragmentation. So to compare those results only, we have conducted these studies, and this study was based on the experimental trials as well as numerical simulation. So for this study we have basically developed one of the algorithm so that we can compute the optimized burden spacing based on our required fragment size. So before coming to our algorithm, we would like to just know that what is the current scenario or current method for getting the optimum burden spacing and charge factor. So if we go through this, that these all are very known to us, that mostly we are following this type of thumb rules for getting the optimized burden spacing. And similarly, we have some of the criteria related to charge factor, that for hard rock, soft rock and very soft rock we are following these criteria. Some of the criteria are also related to, are also based on the compressive strength of the rock. But these criteria are very much ready-made, so these may not fit with the requirement of fragment size. So to fit it based on the requirement size, we have developed one algorithm, and this algorithm was basically based on the Kuzram model, empirical Kuzram model. So you can see that what are the factors which contributes to the rock fragmentation that we have taken from empirical Kuzram model. These factors are blast phase condition, rock factors, explosive factors and geometry of blast. In blast phase condition, we need to know that whether it is reflective wave or compressive wave that is affecting the fragmentation, and other factors that will come in the subsequent slides. So for first factor, which was like rock factor, so how we can determine the rock factor? So this Lilly's blastability index, it is very famous for computing the rock factor, and you can see over here that in this Lilly's blastability index we have rock mass description, we have joint spacing, rock density index and hardness factor. So these factors basically in our study we have tried to modify some of the part of these factors, and modified Lilly's blastability index we will see in the subsequent slides. So in empirical Kuzram model we can see that this is Kuznetsov's equation, and in Kuznetsov's equation we have rock factor, and along with that we have explosive factors as well, like charge per hole and relative weight strength of the explosive. Then we have uniformity index, which is basically related to the geometry of the blast, and both of this one Kuznetsov's equation, which is basically relative mean fragment size with respect to explosive factor, and here we are getting uniformity index. Both of these are related to the optimum fragment size that we want to retain on the screen, and this is based on this Rosen-Ramler equation. So based on these three equations we have developed this algorithm. So in this algorithm what we did is that at first we have computed what is the rock factor of that particular site, study site or mine, and after getting the rock factor we give input to the algorithm that this should be the mean fragment size, and this should be the fragment size that need to be retained on the screen. And based on that, by back calculating, we are getting uniformity index. And after getting this back calculation, Further, we are giving a hole diameter which is almost fixed, and with the help of this equation as well as based on the charge factor equation, basically what is happening is that this equation, which is uniformity index equation, it is being converted in a polynomial equation as a function of burden, and based on that we are getting optimum burden. So this algorithm we have used, and this is the way how we have modified the blastability index. So this index was modified based on the theory of reflection, that is tensile breakage theory, and here hardness factor we have replaced it with the help of 50,000 of tensile strength of the rock divided by elastic modulus, and based on that we did the study. Further, while validating this model and validating this algorithm, we found that these algorithms are not suited when our rocks are very much jointed. So we studied the joint pattern and the impact of joint pattern on the breakage mechanism, and for that we considered 4 different types of joint, that is joint dipping outside of the face, inside the face, horizontal joint, and a strike of the joint normal to the face. And based on different joint type, we blasted this model and studied the damage pattern, and we found that we have taken over here 2 different types of joint. One is bonded nature and one is having frictional joints. So in the study we found that horizontal nature of joint supports more to the burden movement. Similarly, when we have multiple set of joints, we can see over here that when we have multiple set of joints, then the maximum damage that is occurring, that is in the region lying between 2 sets of joints. And based on this, we found that if we have multiple set of joints, then due to reflection and refraction, the concentration of stress is in the area lying between two sets of the joints, and the requirement of charge factor would be comparatively less. So based on this, based on all of these studies, we conducted our trials at 3 different limestone mines, that is Sagmania and Birholi limestone mine, which is nearby to this place, Rawan limestone mine and Injepalli limestone mine. So you can see the blast faces over there. We carried out the joint set analysis and we calculated the rock factor. You can see that for all of these mines, the rock factor was almost same, that is in the near of 4.7, 4.15 and 4.64. So we conducted blasts over there and computed the difference between fragment size. But while comparing the fragment size, we found that although the rock factor was almost same in all the mines, but the fragment size at Injepalli limestone of my mine was quite good if we will compare this to D90 fragment size. And that too, when we have used it with very high geometry, that is burden spacing, 5 by 10.5 meter, and very low charge factor, that is 0.2 kg per cubic meter. Now what was the reason? The reason was this, that this mine had 4 sets of closely spaced joint sets, and because of this the stress concentration was very high at a particular place. So with this much amount of charge factor as well, it has resulted into very good fragmentation. So based on our analysis, we have modified the requirement of charge factor and suggested that if this is the rock factor, then what should be the charge factor for massive strata and for rock strata with multiple set of joints having a spacing this. So you can see over here that this has been made half in this second case. So these recommendations have been presented to the mine management. Coming to the conclusion of this study, so we can see that in Indian scenario, limestone mine have severity of joints, and if joints have different orientation, so based on orientation we can do analysis, and based on that we can have optimized charge factor and burden spacing so that we can get the optimum fragmentation results. So this is all from my side. Before closing my presentation, I would like to inform that recently we have published one book with Springer, that is having title Blasting Technology for Underground Hard Rock Mining. So that is all from my side. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Himanshu. It was a very nice field exercise, a good background. Thank you very much. I am sure this will be helpful in designing the blast, particularly designing burdens to get your required fragmentation for the crushers. Thank you very much. I think we'll take questions later on.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So our next presenter is Mr. B.R. Mohanty. The title of the paper is Eco-Friendly Mining Technology, Chittorgarh Cement. Mr. Mohanty, please.
Good evening to all. By the extremely support and so many thanks to AKS University, Jayant Saab, along with Pradhan Saab and other professors Saab, arranging such international conference. And so in this conference, so many subject specific professors along with mining officials and subordinates of different companies, and this is a very good knowledge sharing exercise for AKS University students also. In the morning session, I have just seen so many discussions already done for this sustainable mining and other things. Myself, Vishwaranjan Mohanty, DGM Mining, statutory mines manager from Jai Surjana Limestone Mines, Birla Corporation Limited, Chittorgarh, Rajasthan. Basically, before coming to the subject matter of sustainable mining, I have just a briefing regarding regarding Jai Surjana Limestone Mines. In the year 2011 August month, Honorable Supreme Court decided to stop blasting practices in Jai Surjana Limestone Mines. After that, management decided to different mining methods, trying to implement in different time factors. Subsequently, Honorable Supreme Court decided that from up to footwall of Chittorgarh Fort, up to 1 kilometer, no mining activity will be done. From 1 kilometer to 2 kilometer range, you can done manual method of mining, and then after 2 kilometer to 10 kilometer, you may deploy mechanical mining methods. Our mining is basically situated within 10 kilometer from Chittorgarh Fort. We have to sustain mining in our plant, and as per the plant requirement for cement manufacturing, we have step by step done different. In the meantime, in 2013 and 14 also, Supreme Court decided to taking some trial blast by IBM and also CMFR. In the subsequent trial method, we have done different mining methods like reaper mining, then surface miner, and by terminator also. But subsequently, by technology advancement, presently we are working with mechanical mining of a primary breaker operation. In departmental working and in contractual working, we have deployed splitter working. In this manner, we are presently producing almost 35 lakhs ton of production last year, and we are in the same trend to achieve the same production ahead. This subject is basically sustainable mining and safety method of working. To enhance the breaker output and efficiency, we have maintained our working benches from 3 to 4 meter height for effective working with productivity enhancement. This is our viewpoint. Next. Our Birla Corporation comes under MP Birla Group. Initially, business started with Birla Jute and Industry Limited in the year 1999.
in 1919. In the year 2022-23, our turnover is 5,441.19 crore. We have different cement industry. Our basically cement business is up to 92% of the total cement business. In 2016, we have acquired Reliance Cement Limited. Our capacity is total 20 million ton. Birla Cement, this is located at Rajasthan Chittorgarh area. Total area is 588.59 hectare. This is our mining lease area, Jai Pit, Surjana Pit and Agri Pit. Presently Jai Pit working is stopped, Surjana Pit and Agri Pit working is going on. This is briefing our total leasehold area 588.59 hectare. Mining lease is granted up to 31st March 2030. As per approved mineral deposit, it is 75.75 million ton on 1st April 2023. EC is 4.324 million ton. In the different method of mining already I have explained initially. Our capacity of a crusher is 1000 TPS, and from mines to plant, limestone shifted by OLBC 900 TPS capacity. Our present production is 12,000 tons per day. Safety statistics from 2019 to 2023, fatal, serious, reportable minor injury 0. These are few glimpses of monthly safety gate meeting and motivational scheme for the best worker performing productivity, safety as well as different aspects. This is the production and dispatch figure from 2021 to 23-24. 2021 we have achieved 26.99 lakhs ton. 21-22 28.21 lakhs ton, and then 22-23 35.75 lakhs ton. Presently we have achieved 31.12 lakhs ton production. This is basically our method of working in working with some photographs of working benches. We have maintained bench height 3 to 4 meter for efficient working of a mining, breaker mining. This is the photographs of a breaker operation. We have used the excavator 100 to 120 ton class of excavator. Attachment of Epiroc having 10 ton capacity HP 10,000 model. Indigo breaker 10 ton capacity HP 18,000. Breaker TPH is 55 to 63. It is more struggling figure to achieve the same figure on daily basis. We have trying our best to, as per the breaker efficiency in different rock hardness of 80 to 130 megapascal. Initially box cut method breaker output is become low, or after making proper benches, then efficiency and output also subsequently increases. These are the different process of splitter working. Initially we have to drilling and then splitting, then breaker or then loading and then transportation activity. Splitter operation is basically for depends upon contractual working. These are some different steps of working of splitter. In splitter we have to first step wedge inside the whole 1/3 portion, then second stage wedge inside the whole 2/3 portion of hole depth. In third stage full depth hole entered wedge entered inside the hole. Then minor cracks but developed in the in situ rocks. This is some technical specification. We have also improvised the splitter working. Initially we have started with Yamamoto. Dia of Yamamoto is less, and subsequently now present we have increases the dia whole dia up to 5.5 inch, and L&T make RS250 giving better output than Yamamoto. This is the working working of splitter video. This is the figure of our diesel consumption and TPH from 2021 to 22. up to present condition, we have subsequently reduces diesel consumption. In 2021-22, it was 1.903 liter per ton. It is around 1.718 liter per ton as on date. Likewise, breaker output also increases. That's why so loading soil TPH also increased, and breaker TPH from 52.52 to increase to 62.5. Loading soil TPH from 259 to 312. This is the photographs of a mine haul road one-way traffic system implemented at mines. This is the separate haul road for LMB and dumpers. Haul road with a mild gradient and safety bonds inside mine premises. This is the brake testing zone from 5 to 10, 15, 20, 25 meter distance as per the brake testing guidelines. Water sprinkling system in the haul road, we have a 2 15 KL water tanker deployed inside mines to optimize fugitive dust emission. This is the permanent water sprinkling system from crusher to viewpoint area, at least 1200 meter. This is the dump stabilization and sub-benching inside mine premises, dumping stabilization purpose. Garland drain provided to stabilize OB dumps below the OB dump area. This is the vehicle and traffic safety pedestrian pathway, separate pedestrian pathway making. This is the photograph of a dumper parking yard, and four-wheeler parking yard is all separate. The four-wheeler parking yard also maintained. And this is the traffic rule displayed and different locations inside mine premises. Basically, major accident occurred inside mines due to vehicle and traffic safety. That's why we have done in that. This is the improved illumination inside mine premises by high mast lighting tower in different locations inside mine.
Mr. Mohanty, I think how many more slides are there? How many more slides are there?
Sir, little bit, sir.
No, I think you have to sum it up now.
Okay, sir.
Kindly.
Then the plantation and environment aspects I'll cover in this slide. Okay. This is the journey from starting from 2011 that Supreme Court decided to stop blasting inside mine premises. Now Supreme Court decided in the month of January that you may blast from beyond 5 kilometer within 10 kilometer to giving the different trial study blast reports, and accordingly this Supreme Court may give permission to blast ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohanty. I'm sorry that we had to conclude a bit. I think the important thing is the mechanical mining, is aiding to produce 3 million ton plus. It's a really marvel actually that Birla is doing, MP Birla is doing, and hopefully we have further ahead in this particular matter. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mohanty.
Thank you, sir.
So we have the next paper on. Is there anyone presenting this wireless sensor network based fire detection and monitoring system for underground mines? Anyone? No. Techno commercial benefit of utilization of waste recycled lubricants oils in manufacturing by Mr. Lalit K. Agarwal is from Sri Cement. Anybody? Anybody is there from Sri Cement? Okay, we'll have the next paper is on principles and practices of underwater blasting, a review by Mr. Amar P. Kaushik and Vivek Himanshu. This is a team from CSR Simfer. So, okay, so Mr. Amar P. Kaushik will be presenting the paper.
Good evening, everyone. My paper is on underwater blasting, a review. So, underwater blasting is used for a wide range of applications. It is used for construction of ports, harbors, deepening of channels, and digging trenches for laying oil and gas pipelines and communication cables. Port is a strategic structure which is used for maritime trade, and it serves as a critical point of connection between land and sea transportation. Ports are dependent by mechanical dredging or by blasting. In mechanical dredging, the sediments are taken out of the water body, transported and deposited at a distant location. But when we find hard rock formation underwater, then we find the applicability of underwater blasting to sufficiently fragment that rock mass so that it could be dredged easily. Principles of underwater blasting. So underwater blasting and surface blasting is almost similar. They differ primarily in the environment they interact with, that is water and air respectively. Prior to the stress waves reach the rock water interface, here you can see the rock water interface. Rock water interface. At the rock water, prior to the stress waves, when this stress waves reach the rock water interface, most of the compressional waves gets transmitted or reflected. In case of underwater blasting, almost 50% of these waves gets reflected and 50% of the waves gets transmitted to the water. But in case of surface blasting, at the rock and air interface, almost maximum of the detonational waves gets reflected back, due to which the fracture that we get in case of surface blasting is higher in comparison to the underwater blasting. That is why in underwater blasting we use a higher charge factor, that is almost 3 to 5 times of surface blasting. Drilling system which we use in underwater blasting, that is top hammer, down the hole and rotary. In case of top hammer, the impact energy of the hammer deteriorates while traveling down the drill rod due to the buckling effect. In order to overcome this problem, down the hole drilling system is used, where impact energy of the hammer is directly transmitted to the drill bit. And this drilling system causes less noise, that is why it is the most acceptable technique. Rotary drilling system is not generally used in shallow underwater blasting technique because it requires higher capital investment. Anchoring technique is also important in case of underwater blasting. Anchoring of the platforms. Platforms they provide buoyancy in water and they provide ample space for the installation of necessary equipment such as drilling equipments, workshops, offices, generators. So they provide buoyancy in water, and due to the ocean currents and river movement, the platform do not get stable. So it is important for the drilling, so that while drilling hole deviation should not happen, it is important to anchor the platforms. So anchoring is generally done by different methods, that is wire rope anchoring, spud anchoring. Spud anchoring is the most acceptable technique. These are the pillars which are grounded into the deep sea bed. And when they are grounded into the deep sea bed, the platform is entirely lifted out of the water body by 80 to 90 centimeter. Here you can see. Now, when the anchoring is done, casing of the drill holes while drilling is important. Otherwise, the silt and sand will fill the holes and our whole work will lost. So, simultaneously drilling and casing machines are available, such as Odex drilling is there, which provide the facility of simultaneous drilling and casing system. Drilling and charging in case of underwater blasting is done simultaneously after the drilling. And generally these conventional explosives such as emulsion and ANFO, though they are water resistant, but they could not withstand the hydrostatic pressure. That is why CPT, that we called couplable plastic tube explosives, we use in underwater blasting. They can withstand the hydrostatic pressure up to 60 meter, and they are detonated generally by number 8 strength detonator. There are various adverse impacts of underwater blasting, such as ground vibration, underwater shock waves, and impacts on aquatic flora and fauna. Generally, underwater blasting is carried out near the strategic structures such as ports, harbors. Due to blasting, they adversely impact the stability of these structures. And when the blast holes are detonated, the explosive energy in the form of shock waves adversely impact the propeller of the ships and aquatic flora, fauna, mammal, and the human beings which is diving inside the water. And now impacts on aquatic flora and fauna. After the blasting, the dredger operates the dredging machine on his own assumption, and due to the lack of visibility, it adversely impacts the marine life. So how these impacts could be mitigated? First acceptable technique, it is controlled blasting technique. In controlled blasting technique, we generally optimize the blast design parameters such as burden, spacing, hold area, type of explosive, total charge. Other acceptable technique is acoustic deterrent devices. These are special devices which emit a special type of sound to deter the aquatic animals from coming towards the construction site. And other most important technique to cater the shock waves is air bubble curtain. In air bubble curtain, a special arrangement is laid under the water of perforated pipes, and from that perforated pipes, air is sent at a rate of 1 liter per minute. And this bubbles works on the principle of impedance mismatch. When the shock waves interacts and interface between the air and water, 30% of the shock waves in various literatures I have studied that 30% of the shock waves gets absorbed and some of waves gets reflected back. When we increase the air quantity, means the rate will be increased more, the more absorption will takes place. Now for environmental friendly and sustainable mining, it is important to select proper quantity of explosive which should be based on the scientific study. Before carrying out the blasting work, it is important to assess the shockwave assessment zone so that we can strategically deploy those deterrent devices to deter the aquatic animals, mammals, and keep them safe from blasting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amar Kaushik. It's a nice review paper on how underwater blasting can be done and then what care we have to exercise. And as I he mentioned, like we are going to increase this application. That's a good area. Thank you. Thank you once again. I think we have completed the papers slated for this session. And now I open the house for any questions to our presenters. Any questions to our presenters from audience? On any paper? So that means the papers were interesting and people could understand it. Nice, very nice. So I request Mr. Giri to conclude, summarize the entire proceedings.
Thank you, sir. In the first technical presentation session, we had 4 papers and they were very good and very much important for industry. The first paper was presented by Professor Uday Kumar. He has really elaborated extensively on the use of digital technology in mining and future perspective of mining. He talked about digital transformation, green technology, use of hydrogen in as fuel. He talked on decarbonization, e-maintenance, now casting to forecasting how future industry will work. He has extensively deliberated on the use of robotics in industry. Especially he was saying that after blasting, how dog, drones and digital digital twins are being utilized. He also, after going through his presentation, I was just remembering a quotations by a very famous industry is transforming very fast, and in the old days it was said that big fish will eat the small fish, but now the norms have changed. The fast fish will eat away the small fish. So gentlemen, we have to be very, we have to take note of time, how we can save time. more or less, it was very good presentation on artificial intelligence, next generation computing, data handling. So thank you, Uday Saab, for such a wonderful presentation. Second presentation was by Mr. Vivek Kumar Himanshu, who it was on blasting technology. What are the factors that influence blasting? How we can optimize our energy? How we can make best use of our energy technology, energy of explosive by planning right burden spacing, considering rock factors, geometry of. He has developed an algorithm also, considering the complex equations. So I hope that presentation will go a long way in improving our blasting performance in the mine. Third presentation was by Mr. B.K. Mohanty on eco-friendly mining technology. So it was a great challenge at Chittorgarh, where we have to preserve our ancient fort. At the same time, we have to take care of development. So it was a challenge which has been nicely overcome, and I hope that Supreme Court in very shortly will give permission to them for doing blasting. However, as Professor Murthy was saying, that even without blasting, the mine has attained the capacity of 3 million ton. A big hand to the mining team of Chittorgarh. Such a constrained mining, and it has reduced the diesel consumption also from 1.91 to 1.72. That's also a very good for environment. The fourth presentation was by Sri Kaushik with underwater blasting. It was just a new thing for me also. I also learned a lot of things. I had a confusion that why drilling will be done inside the water, so water will enter into the hole. So thank you very much for this nice presentation. Challenges and opportunities, as I always believe, that we have to take care of flora and fauna also with the least damage to the aqua life, because the life begin with the aqua life only. Life begin with the water on the earth. So he has also deliberated on how they are taking precautionary measures to minimize the shock wave of underwater blasting, because it is more dangerous. So all the four presentations were very much informative, very contemporary. I thank all the presenters for the wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the chairpersons. So this is conducted nicely. You know very well after lunch how difficult it is to conduct technical sessions, and in a befitting manner it was conducted with a nice befitting remarks and observations on this technical works being done by the authors. Now on behalf of our IMEJ and AKSU, we request our guest from Portugal. I may not be able to spell or call their names correctly. Please, Miss Raquel Sobral. She is sales manager, O-Pit Blast, and Mr. Francisco Monteiro, sales engineer. Please join us in felicitating our speakers and chairpersons. I request our convener technical and convener super boss, Dr. G.K. Pradhan Saab and Professor B.K. Misra Saab, to please join us in felicitating our speakers and chairpersons, please. So first speakers will be given memento by our sales manager, O-Pit Blast Portugal, Raquel Sobral Madam, and chairpersons will be given memento by Francisco Monteiro. Right. So now our speakers, please join us on the dais. Please accept our memento. Professor Uday Kumar Saab is not here. B.R. Mahanti Saab, please. Mahanti Saab, please. Oh, nahi hai, theek hai. So then next is our Vivek Kumar Himanshu. Dr. Vivek Kumar Himanshu, please join us. Please accept our token of respect and honor for your nice presentation. And Amar P. Kaushik. Dr. Vivek Kumar Himanshu is a scientist from CMRS and in CSIR Simper. And Mr. Amar P. Kaushik, also from CMRS. So sorry for, from AKS University. Yeah, please be here, Vivek, idhar aiye. And we are missing other speakers at this moment. And please honor our chairpersons. Mr. Francisco Monterio, please honor our chairpersons, Professor VMSR Murthy Saab, and please be here. We will have a group photo. Right. And Giri Saab. Yeah, please honor them. Memento and yeah. Yeah, to our chairpersons, Professor VMSR Murthy Sir by Francisco Monterio from Portugal, and to Giri Sir for nicely conducting the session with beautiful remarks. Of course, it was sweet also. Sweet and beautiful both. Yeah, please. Francisco, please. To Giri Sir. So thank you very much for to all the speakers and chairpersons. Join for a group photo along with our Vietnam team.
और आगे उसका स्क्रीन में वो लगा दो ना सिलेंडर एक मिनट ये लाइट बंद कर दो ना थैंक यू ओके
Thank you, madam, and thank you, sir. Now we came to the end of this technical session. Now over to our AKS unit.
So tomorrow we will meet sharp at 9:45 so that 10 o'clock will start. Okay? We'll have an early lunch and like that. And tomorrow the best part is that all are requested to come because it is difficult to conduct convocation here in this part of this country. So we are conducting a valediction function. Our final year semester students will be coming with their parents. Just like a convocation, they will be marching here with a special dress. So please bless them tomorrow and join us sharp at 9:45. We will start at 10 so that you can bless them. Thank you. Good night.